Oh no. Oh no, it's Mr. Funny. Mr. Funny is here. Oh no. Y'all know what time it is. You know what time it is. You gotta give me a second. You gotta give me a second. Let me blast this out. You gotta give me a second. Let me blast this out. First of all, I gotta check to see if I'm even live, man. I never know these days. Alright. I'm live there. How about here? Oh snap, I'm live. Look at me. Look at me, I'm live. You catching me on the VOD later, but I'm live right now. You gotta follow, like, and subscribe and get those notifications, you know what I'm saying? Alright, here we go. Here we go. what? You're not letting me post over here. Hold on. What are we doing? What are we doing? You're not letting me post over here. What do you mean? What do you mean? Just trying to make a post. Oh man. Come on. Alright, so that works, but then when I try to post, all of a sudden, this thing doesn't know how to post anymore. Alright, it's not gonna let me post. Oh well. Of course it's not. I mean, what would this be if I didn't run into problems, technical difficulties before I even got started? Just another platform that's not letting me post on it. Alright. I mean, what's that now? Like, about like 3 or 4 of them now. There's like 3 or 4 of them now. Alright, let's go. I don't even know if I'm ready. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G.E.T Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Wojcicki Experience. This is going to be episode 868. G.E.T. Mala. Get Mala. Whatever you want to call it, right? What are we doing? We got to catch up. We're gonna get to some drawing, some scribbling. You know what I mean? I already prepped the paper. Look at me. Pre-stream prep. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting to do this. What do we got? Alright, just double checking everything, making sure we're good to go. 'Cause you know how I do it, man. Once I it's like I'll be rolling downhill. As soon as I get started. Man, it's been a minute since I've seen y'all. Of course, the Met Gala had to happen as soon as I finished my last stream. As soon as I finished the last stream. On the stream before that, it was like a Capcom. It was a Capcom thing. Like, as I was live, Capcom posted, at least like the Met Gala waited until like after I was finished with the stream, I believe, if I remember it correctly. What happened? Met Gala happened, and you know, a lot of y'all know me because of that Bayonetta fashion design study I did. I don't even know how many years ago. I spent a year doing the Bayonetta fashion design study, and I learned like 1 or 2 things during that study. You know, it's easy to learn something when you don't know nothing, right? But either way, Met Gala happened. A lot happened at the Met Gala. A lot of people showed up to the Met Gala. A lot of things happened at the Met Gala. And yeah, man. Let's just let's get right into it. You know what I mean? I got some special shout outs I want to give people, because I thought it was a beautiful event. A lot of people said a lot of things about the Met Gala. A lot of people were like, "Oh, nah, I'm not, I don't like," you know what I'm saying? Like, people were like, "Ugh, like, fashion, why?" Like, you know what I mean? People were like, "Oh no." Like, people were like, Yo, Kim Kardashian need to call me. Kim Kardashian was at the Met Gala. Look at her. She was stunning. Stunning. You know, only Kim Kardashian can take my least favorite color. And it's not even like I don't like the color. It's just my least favorite. Like, I like all of the colors. But out of all the colors that I like, it's the one that I like the least. Kim Kardashian. It took Kim Kardashian for me to like. I don't even see it. I love it. People were hating. I don't know why. I was sitting there looking at that and I was like, I want to drive that. I want to test drive that. I heard she had to take that hard body to a body shop to get it worked on, and I was like, I'll test drive it. Hold on, let me see something before I speak out of turn. You know what I mean? I'll rev that engine. What's up, Kim? Hold on, let me see something. I gotta ask the robots. Is Kim Kardashian single? I never know these days, you know what I mean? Me being live and me still being live, and then Kim Kardashian's like marital status is always you gotta ignore the sound over there. Me being single and Kim Kardashian marital status is always, oh my god. Hold on. Look at that. It never stops. It never stops here. It never stops. It never stops. Gotta sit there and tell a million people a million things a million times each. I don't know what's a million times a million. It's a big number. That's how many things. Like, what was I even? Yo, Kim. Kim Kardashian is single. Look at it, and I come back to good news. Wait, it's not confirmed. And it's not confirmed any. Oh, alright, cool. Look, it took Kim Kardashian to pull through and go ahead and make my least favorite color look so good. See, I like it. I was just on the last stream talking about Wonder Woman. You know what I mean? If you remember on the last stream, let's see where we at. On the last stream when I was talking about you know, Absolute Combat, whatever the DC fighter that they may or may not make is. You know what I mean? And then even while I was drawing, I was like, oh damn, what is that? Like a cape? A cape around the waist instead of around the neck, around the shoulders and all that. So, you know, I was feeling that so quickly. I drew it early in the day, and then later on that night, boom, look, manifested. Yo, what's up, Kim? I tweeted at Kim Kardashian a while back, like a few months ago, before my account got suspended. Follow, like, and subscribe G.E.T Drew on X. My account is suspended, but I don't know, maybe you can still follow it. I don't know. Maybe if Elon Musk get right, he'll unsuspend my account, and then, you know what I mean? You will be following me in my unsuspended account. Kim, I tweeted at you a while back, and I was talking about some like next level fashion design stuff. You know, you were able to make the Skims stuff work. I hear nothing but good things about this stuff. I don't know nothing about it. I don't wear it, but you know what I mean. Obviously, I'll be working out and stuff, so you know I don't need that. But you know, G.E.T Drew makes fitness. Go ahead and hit that up. Safe for work content. You know what I mean. Get in shape. Get right. But either way, and then the Skims will only help, right? But either way, because I was such a big fan of how successful, you know, everybody talks about your Skims. No matter what they say about you, Skims always gets a good what rating? What do you want to call that? Always gets a good. Anyway. Yo, it never ends over here. I gotta sit here and deal with all this all simultaneously. It's already been a morning. Several things, and now this. Kim, I tweeted at you, and I was like, there's some things that haven't been done in the fashion design industry, and you know what I mean? It's like I could set those things up. Like I could, you know what I mean? Put together some things, put together some patterns, put together, you know, certain fabrics to make certain looks that are already out there. They're just not done. They're just not done to a degree that can be mass produced, kind of like your Skims line, but obviously it's not your Skims line, but it's something adjacent to it. And yeah, I'm not going to talk about that because I've already like been compromised on past patents that I tried working on. So I tried tweeting at you, you ain't respond, but it's all good, baby. You still fine. You ain't respond to me, you still fine. But either way, going along with this look, I mean, it was so fire after I drew that Wonder Woman joint that I was like, you know, I heard this and that. I heard this and that about it, so I even looked into it a little bit further. And then I was able to see that there was a behind the scenes. There was a documentary, a making of your Met Gala joint. You worked with a old fashion designer, black and white photos days fashion designer. You know what I mean? And it was funny. Him and I had a similar sentiment. Has nothing to do with the patent or anything like that. Had everything to do with the look. And I was sitting there, I was looking at the look, and I was like, man, the only thing I would have changed The only thing I would have changed would have been the hair color. You know what I mean? Like I was just like, that hair color ain't working. I didn't know what it was about the look, because I was like, she looked, you know what I mean? I'm like, Kim, you look. Kim, call me. Kim, what's up? But during this behind the scenes documentary, you know how much I love behind the scenes stuff. I always watch all the behind the scenes stuff on all the movies, get the special features. I got the Blu-rays with the special features. That's how I do it. So I love all this. And the dude said the same thing that I was thinking, because I was looking at your whole fitted, and because of your hair color, everything was all the same color. So it all kind of blended together, and that might have been what you were going for. But considering the style and everything, the whole, like the hard body case and everything like that, and then after what this guy said, what he said, I was just like, oh, it makes sense. I was already there. So what the dude said, the old fashion designer dude, shout out to him, he was like, yo, when we were doing the fittings, she had that dark hair that we all know and love you for. And I was sitting there thinking, as I was looking at it, I was like, man, if her hair was like dark blue, like her regular dark hair would have been fire, but even since it was so much orange and so much like tan, like, you know what I mean, warm colors, that dark hair that you naturally have, you know what I mean, well, would have been fire. And then you can see in these behind the scene joints right here of the man's work, and that bodysuit that she was wearing was one of his old pieces that they had to adjust. Like I think that was the model the first time that it was presented, but then, you know what I mean, Kim's so bad with it. Kim ushered in a whole new generation of women, you know what I mean, a whole new look for women. That's why I love her. And they had to go ahead and work on that hard body, right? But here's the picture behind the scenes of her with the dark hair. Now, this is like, obviously, they're just working, like, so the hair's pinned back and all that other stuff. It's not like done, like Met Gala done, you know what I mean? But you can automatically see right then and there, that color, the dark hair. How that contrast was like perfect. Dark hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, little blue in the makeup, something like that, just to contrast all of the orange going on. And then obviously, I don't know, like a pin, a lapel, you know what I mean, a little something, a little pin, a button somewhere, something like that, to, you know, maybe around like where the cape connects. Since it's a hard body, it probably, I don't know how that cape is fixed on there, but it's probably like some buttons, like on a soft top, on a Wrangler, or a soft top convertible or something like that. You taking it to the body shop, you got the whole car theme. I will test drive that. Kim, you gotta call me. Yo, get out of here. Get out of here. Are we back? Are we back? Oh man, I'm over here. I'm like, That- Yo, somebody picked up the emergency line and said, "Yo, he's talking to Kim." Or Kanye when you need him. Either way, Kim, holla at me. We got things we could talk about, and then we got things that we could talk about, right? Either way, you look great. I don't care what anybody says. On the last stream, I gave Donald Trump Plan D. I gave Donald Trump Plan D. which was infinite ammo, and you are the type of person you be walking around with infinite ammo on you at all times. So I don't know if I needed to tell you that or not, but I am letting you know just in case. But now I gotta sit here and double check everything to make sure I'm actually live. Alright, it says I'm still live here. Okay. Oh no. I wonder what the quality of the stream is gonna be now. Alright, so we're good here. I gotta double check there. Alright, I think we're still live. I never know these days. Everything I gotta deal with. You know what I mean? I don't even stream every single day anymore. I figured it would be a little bit more easier for everybody for me to just kind of, you know what I mean? Give y'all enough you can watch it little by little over time, rather than a constant bombardment going live. But yeah, I'm feeling it. I was sitting there, I was looking at her, and I was just like, oh, there's a, you know what I mean? This is hot. And then I saw, who did I see? I saw another person enter the Met Gala. Somebody else entered the Met Gala. I don't know who this person is, but they showed up, right? They showed up. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm seeing the theme. You know what I mean? Because I was already there with the Wonder Woman, and now we got two of them back to back. They were coming in like a couple of Wonder Womans. You know what I mean? I like mine too anyway, so it was a welcome. You know what I'm saying? Kim came in with the orange. She coming in with the gold. You know, and I already talked about the colors, how I feel about them. But you can see, like, she came in, Kate, drapes, was that a skirt? I don't know. But I was like, oh, I see a theme going on here. There's like this Tuscan vibes. There's this I don't know, what do we want to call it? The Roman, Greco-Roman, you know what I mean? Italian, something, you know what I mean? Some Troy type of theme going on over here, like, you know what I mean? Like those days, you know what I mean? So I was sitting there looking at, she killed it, and I was just like, okay, you know, I was like, it's the Wonder Woman Met Gala, and then it had me thinking. I was like, oh yeah, that Odyssey movie's coming out. It's probably, you know what I mean, thematically there to sit there and promote the Odyssey movie that's coming out, you know. But either way, whoever this is, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. You did great. You look great. Look at you. You know what I mean? Like, you got the dress with the cape. Kim K had the cape around like a skirt, but with the armor. Y'all looking like, you know what I mean? I hand y'all some swords and shields, and we you know, the three of us, we could wrestle together and all that. But speaking of the Odyssey trailer drop, y'all. The Odyssey trailer dropped. Now, give me a second to go ahead and cue this up. Let me cue this up for y'all. You know what I mean? Cue this up for y'all like a cutie. Like a little cutie. Okay. I wonder if I could just do that like that and let this be. So yeah, I'm watching it, and I was like, oh man, I think I've already been talking about the the Odyssey movie. The Odyssey movie trailer. And it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. A lot of talking about the Odyssey trailer. You know, everybody poo-pooing things these days. They poo-pooed the Met Gala. I thought, you know what I mean, the Wonder Woman were coming in looking wonderful. Odyssey movie trailer dropped. I was looking forward to it. Odyssey's a great story. You know what I mean? They got Gorgons. I'm pretty sure the snake lady that freezes people. You know what I mean? Because she's so fine. She's so fine, she get you in stun lock. Like, they got her in there. They got Cyclopses and all that stuff in the Odyssey. You know what I mean? It's where the word comes from, I believe. Batman's in it. You know what I mean? Everybody is poo-pooing the movie. Everybody's upset. And I didn't even look into it. I didn't even look into why people are upset. I don't like that people are upset. But even without looking into it, like, people got a problem with the casting. People got a problem with the casting. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what else? What else is new? You know? What else is new? People got a problem with the casting. People are like, and I don't know if the problem with the casting is like what's driving it, because some of it seems to be like racial, which is rude, and then some of it seems to be like beauty, which is rude. Like, they were like, yo, that girl that's playing the beautiful lady, she's not beautiful. And I'm like, are we serious? Have you seen her skin? Her skin is beautiful. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, so people just being rude, saying she's not hotter than the last actress that played her. The last actress that played her was fine too. But what I'm here to say is rude, man. Like, people are sitting there talking about this movie like they're trying to talk about any other movie. See, a lot of movies been coming out. A lot of people have been talking about a lot of racial things when it comes to these movies. I got into a little spat with Eric Griffin about this very thing, because it was about the Snape casting for Harry Potter, and you know, I was with him. He was like, yo, the dude that's playing him is too fine. And I was like, yeah, but it's Hollywood, so they're gonna hire hot dudes to do stuff. You can put makeup and prosthetics on people, regardless of what they look like, to make them look like something else. So you could hire a hot guy and then put prosthetics on them to make them not look hot if the character that they need to play is not hot. Like, you know, I got into that whole thing with Eric Griffin, and Eric Griffin was like, he didn't say this verbatim, I can't remember what he said exactly, but he was kind of, Eric Griffin was like, you racist, like talking about me specifically, you know what I mean? Still didn't know how to say my name when it's the easy name, and you know what I mean, not even the difficult name. He took the easy name, and he like tripped over, you know what I mean, tied his shoelaces together and tripped over them like that. So either way, people always talk about beauty, talk about race. Some people combine those things for some reason. I don't know what's wrong with people. But at the end of the day, if you know anything about the Odyssey, then you know that it's like a Greco-Roman myth sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's like old, ancient Italy, Italians, Italy, the country of Italy. But it's like, you know what I mean? Like the city of Rome is located in Italy. You know what I mean? And like Greco, I think, is for Greece, and Greece is either also Italy or it's like another country that's next to Italy. You know my geography. Me and my geography, me and geography are not like this. I don't got a problem with geography. I just don't know it. But you know what I mean? It's all. You know, people like to think like, oh, it's Italian. First of all, you're wrong. No, it's Mediterranean. The Odyssey and all those Greco-Roman myths and all that other stuff is all Mediterranean. It's not Italian. You know what I'm saying? Like Italians need to chill out. Italians need to take a step back. Italians need to like go ahead and like relax. Italians need to chill. Italians is like, you know what I mean, getting rambunctious for no reason. Italians is like, first of all, people like Italians is trying to claim the same thing that other people are claiming. Like this is the Snape issue. It's not even close to the Snape issue. It's worser than the Snape issue. You know what I mean? And then I hear people complaining and crying about it in the opposite direction of the Snape issue. Like they're like, yeah, it is bad. It is ugly, and it is the wrong race. And I'm like, do you know anything about the Mediterranean? Do you know anything about the Mediterranean? You know what I'm saying? Mediterranean is not located in America yet, and still the Mediterranean has all races. It has white people, has Asian people, it has black people, and it doesn't have any Latinos in there, but you know, there's the Latinos. We look, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you throw a Latino in the Mediterranean, you ain't gonna know the difference. You ain't gonna know the difference. You know what I'm saying? When you got white, black, Asians all mixing and meshing together, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna get basically anybody. What I'm saying is, people who I've been hearing people have a problem with casting for this movie very specifically, and I'm like, for this movie very specifically, anybody could play. Look, and I don't even care about the actors neither. Let me tell you something. Anybody eats a slice of pizza, you can act like a Mediterranean. You just need to eat one slice of pizza and you could be an Italian. You could eat one slice of pizza, all of a sudden you're Italian now. You're Italian. You can act in an Italian movie, you eat a slice of pizza. So all of these actors, I heard that they had pizza on set every day. Every day they had pizza on set, so that all these people, they made sure that they, you know what I mean, that they could play the part, that they could do the thing right. You know what I mean? I forget who they interviewed where they said something like that. Maybe, perhaps, allegedly, you know, supposedly, maybe, perhaps, but also, you know what I'm saying? Yo, like people are sitting there crying about the casting over here. Like, it's a black girl. Like, are we serious? Like, you know how many slices of pizza I heard she ate? She ate enough. She ate enough slices of pizza. She could act in that movie, and believably, and also like realistically. You know what I mean? What are we blinking and winking on me? What are we doing? You blinking and winking on me? What are we doing? Yo, I got to keep my eye on this stuff. Am I still alive? I never know these days. Look, man, you know, there's a lot of Italian movies out there. I love, you know what I mean? Like, I love, you know, all the Scorsese movies, Casino, what's the one everybody always talks about? Karen, you didn't have to flush the stuff, Karen, like that movie with Goodfellas. I was gonna call it Knock Around Guys for a second. That's probably a Scorsese movie. You know what I mean? All those movies, Godfather, all the gangster movies, all the Italian gangster movies. All right, anybody out there, eat a slice of pizza. Go ahead and reenact any one of those scenes, any scene from any of those movies. You're gonna knock it out of the park. You eat a slice of pizza, good to go. You can act in the movie. Congratulations. Like, that's how that works. And while we're on the subject, man, like, Heat, the movie Heat, overrated. The movie Heat, overrated. We know how much I love movies. I like the movie Heat. I think it's overrated. People talking about it a little, you know what I mean? Like, people hold it up here. They're like, oh, the scene in the diner. I don't walk nowhere without 15 minutes going by, or whatever he said. Like, I gotta escape in 15 seconds, and the cop is like, I'm right here. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Like he's over there like this, and then the other guy's like, hoo-ah, like Heat, little overrated. You know what I mean? For me personally. You know what I mean? Still a good movie though. But all I'm saying is they had pizza on that set too. You don't need to worry about casting when it comes to movies like this. Just bring pizza on the set. Eat a slice of pizza. Anybody on the planet, eat a slice of pizza, reenact any of those scenes. You're good to go. I can't even believe I gotta sit here and school y'all on the movie The Odyssey. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous to me. Back to the Met Gala. You know what I mean? So much negativity. I gotta get back to the, you know, talking about the fashion design and all that other stuff, man. The Met Gala happened. The Met Gala went down, and a lot of people were hating. I don't understand it. I'm over here. I'm like, yo, why people hating on the Met Gala? Oh man. So who do we have? Who was there? Oh, right. What's her name? This lady, she's in trouble because she did some not so nice things. I was just talking about her on a recent stream. Who's that? Katy Perry? Is that Katy Perry? She would show up with all the accusations that people are flinging at her. I don't know how to feel about them. You know what I mean? I didn't look into it. Katy Perry showed up like the Cobra Commander. Look at Katy Perry looking like she about to marry the Cobra Commander. And then all of a sudden I was like, hey, maybe this isn't the Odyssey. I don't know. Like, it might be. You know what I mean? I guess it's kind of Toga-ish. You know what I mean? So either way, Katy Perry, she came in stunting, came in with the peekaboo. You know what I mean? Like she Kendrick Lamar or something. Peekaboo, like she beefing with Drake or something. She peekaboo, like she think that she's slick or something. And it's like, personally, I think she should have just came in with the space helmet and been like, yo, I'm still out here. Like, you know what I'm saying? But either way, peekaboo. Who else was there? Oh, yo, both times. Yo, wasn't I just talking about them? I was just talking about them on the last stream. Katy Perry and Katie Porter. Katie Porter showed up. Katie Porter was at the Met Gala. Also allegedly, supposedly, according to my sources. Like, I don't know, don't hold me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a green werewolf out here. Katie Porter made it to the thing, and I was just like, yo, my stream is blowing up. My stream, like, I never know if I'm live, but my stream, you know what I'm saying? Like, I sit there and I'm like, I forget what I was talking about, but I was like, yo, both KDPs are not in the news for any sort of good reason, and then they both turned up at the Met Gala. Look at them. I mean, look, they still holding down the Odyssey. You know what I mean? She looking like a flock of seagulls on one of the islands or something like that. You know what I mean? Like one of the Gorgons Islands or something. But either way, man, look at Katie Porter. Yo, who else? Who showed up? Who showed up to the? Oh, right. Let me line this one up for y'all. Yo, Erica Kirk made it. Yo, Erica Kirk can't stay. She can't stay away from the spotlight. You just gotta throw a camera out there. Just throw a camera out there. Katie Porter, or wait, Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk gonna be there. Like, you want Erica Kirk to show up at your event, you just got to put a camera out there. You want her to show up at her own event, just put a camera out there. You know what I mean? She can't wait. She can't wait to show up for the camera. Look at her. I don't know what look, but she's still keeping with that Greco-Roman Odyssey, you know what I mean? So I'm like, all right, I guess that is the theme. Like, I watched it, but I didn't really get to know like what the theme was to the Met Gala this year. But you know, shout out to Erica Kirk. She showed up. She was like, "Yo, I want to be like my doctorate degree that I just got." You know, look at her, educated. She just got her doctorate. She just got her, you know what I mean? She got her education on. You know, they glued a few pieces of macaroni on it for it. Had like a couple of pictures of, you know what I mean, like a stethoscope, and you know what I mean, like a heart monitor or something like that, like on the document. You know, they put her name in all capital letters and stuff like that. And then she was like, "Yeah, I just got this doctorate. Just, you know what I mean, dress me like my doctorate degree." I see what you're doing, Erica Kirk. Look at Erica Kirk out here, just stunting on him, looking like all statuesque with it. You know what I mean? Yo, we all grieve differently. You know what I mean? We all grieve differently. We all have our own ways of grieving. Like, we all kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I grieve this way, you grieve that way. To each their own, right? That's how it goes. That's how it goes, man. Like, I ain't never seen grieving like this, but she looked like she grieving though. You know what I mean? Like when she showed up, I said, you know what? Finally, she's not dressed up like a couch. She's not dressed up like a sparkler. You know what I mean? She's not doing any of that. She showed up and she's like, look at me. I'm really grieving this time. I'm really grieving, and I believed it. I don't know how you felt about it. A lot of people had a lot of things to say about the Met Gala. But, you know what I mean? I think everybody was beautiful. Look at Erica Kirk out here. You know what I mean? I thought she was a statue. She was like, "No, I'm the papers. I'm the papers." Like, oh my god. Okay. Shout out to Erica Kirk. And then my favorite showed up. You know what I mean? You can't stop me from this one. I told myself I was gonna behave. When I did this one. You know what I mean? So forgive me if I kind of lose myself a little bit. Yo. Cardi B showed up to the Met Gala. Typical Cardi B fashion. You know, a lot of people didn't have that many nice things to say. I don't know. I don't see what the problem is. You know what I mean? Yo. You know what I mean? I don't see what the problem is. I don't see no problems. Cardi. Girl. What's up, Cardi? I told myself I was gonna behave when I got to this part of the show. You know what I mean? When I got to this part of the live stream, I was like, I gotta. Cardi. First of all, before I do anything, I gotta ask the robots. Is Cardi B single? Question mark. Yes. Like, the robots is telling, you know what I mean? The robots is telling me yes. Yo, Cardi. What's up, Cardi? Yo, shout out to Cardi B. Looking bad. I mean, bad look, you know, bad meaning good. God, looking bad at the Met Gala. See, she showed up, and a lot of people had a lot of rude things to say. They were like, I don't know, she was this or she was that, and people don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, I did a little bit of a fashion design study. I'm not gonna say like I'm all there with it. But you know, like I like it enough. You see me out here, you see what I do. Like I bring it and dang, dang, Cardi, yo, you gotta. What's up, Cardi? You know what I mean? Like she came in there, and everybody was sitting there talking like why she look like. Someone said she looked like intestines. I said you rude. They so rude. They don't get it. They don't get it. They didn't pick up on the theme of the night. You know what I mean? They didn't pick up on the theme of the night. Like yo, see they don't get it. They just mad rude. They hating. See, Cardi, you another one. You another one. I gave Trump Plan D on the last stream. On the last stream, I said, Trump, here's Plan D for you. You know, plan this spear being, look at mine and look at yours. You know what I mean? Just like Kim K, she wanted them. Cardi. You know what I mean? That girl could wear anything. That girl can wear anything. They didn't get it. They didn't see the vision. See, now, I'm so infatuated. Cardi, what's up, girl? Like, I'm so infatuated. I was like, you know, just like I looked into Kim K's, and then I discovered there was a whole like documentary miniseries behind her dress. I said maybe there's some more. Maybe there's some more on the Cardi joint. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. And every picture that I saw of Cardi was everything from the front. You know what I mean? Where all you can see are the intestines laying out on the floor, and then her carrying. You know what I mean? People didn't know what it was. They didn't see the vision. I saw it. I saw what it was. Cardi. There we go. Make sure I'm still alive. Make sure I'm still alive out here. I never know these days. See, there was a few things like I was trying to figure it out myself. I was sitting there looking at it, and it didn't make sense to me. I was thinking things, and in order for me to be able to draw any conclusions, I had to see the whole thing, Cardi. I had to look at the whole thing. So I looked into it, and I was like, "Yo, who got pictures? Who got the pictures?" And then I was like, "I need to see the back of the dress. I need to see what she did at the back of the dress." You know what I mean? I need to see the back, Cardi. I need to see it. Cardi, like, what's up? So, I found these pictures. It was the best ones I could find, you know. And you know, it's a fashion design show, so people want to talk about fashion like this way and that way. And I got my own interests in fashion. Kim K, you got to hit me up. We could talk about that. Got my own interests in fashion, and now things like the Met Gala, people also, you know what I mean, from, you know, more or less, either know or don't know. Like, a lot of fashion design is just like, to make something look like something, it's like art or something, you know what I mean? And you know, it's cool. I think that there's a lot of experimentation that happens in fashion design, and there was a lot of things that I was trying to figure out with the dress, you know what I mean? God. Yo, I can't even. Either way. So after I saw the back, and I was like, okay, so that's what's going on in the back. It was all they put everything in front. So then I was just like, all right, what's happening? Because it's not intestines, it's not this, it's not that. I'm looking at the splotchy colors. I'm looking at the thing. I'm looking at that thing. I'm looking at that thing. Cardi, I gotta see it. I gotta see it. Like, I don't even care what's out there. You know what I mean? I heard stories about you. I'm sure I could like look things up. I don't do all that. Like I'm talking. You know what I mean? You gotta show me. You gotta show me. You know what I mean? Show me, Cardi. You know, the robots say you single out here. So you know what I'm saying? I'm just out here. You know what I mean? And you just out like that. You just out like that. I was trying to figure it out. Like, I'm looking at like to see what was going on also around the shoulders, what was going on along the back. Some of the pictures they had like that blue dress going behind. I was like, is that blue dress a part of it? Like, I had to slowly figure it out, because I was like, we're going with the Odyssey. You know what I mean? We're going with the Mediterranean. We're going with the Greco-Roman. We're going with the, you know what I mean? It's a whole, I don't even know where they host this thing. Is this in California? Is it in France or something? I don't know what they're doing. But, yo. Dang. Yo. I was sitting there, I started thinking about, like, is that like looping around the back of the head and all that other stuff? It wasn't. You know what I mean? And then also similar to Kim K, what's going on with the hairdressers and the hair stuff in this show? You know what I mean? Like, just like the Kim K joint, I was like, there's something that's off. You know, and I think it kind of got in the way of everybody trying to figure out what it was that, you know what I mean? That, like, what you showed up with, you brought. What you brought with you. Cardi, I gotta see it, Cardi. You gotta show me. I told myself I was gonna behave. Told myself I was gonna behave when I talked about this one. Cardi. They didn't see it, and then I figured it out. I was like, you know what I mean? So, you know, there's a whole lot of like artsy stuff going on in here, and I kind of figured it out early, but I was like really trying to figure it out. That's why I needed to see the whole thing, girl. I need to see the whole thing. And I was like, oh, this is what we doing. I was like, oh, this is what we're doing. You know, because we had to keep with the theme. We had to keep with the theme. And I said, I know exactly what's happening. No, everybody missed it. You know, we still just catching up. We're gonna get to the drawing. We're gonna get to the drawing. And I said, there we go. Yeah. Like me, I've eaten plenty of pizza. But you know what I mean? You want to take it a step further. You want to be like certified. You want to be able to play an Italian, like Mediterranean. Anybody eat a slice of pizza, you can play Mediterranean all day, but you want to play like an actual Italian, like, you know what I mean? You gotta take it a step further. You gotta, you know, you gotta go in with the calamari. With the calamari, yo. I'm Cardi. I see what you did. As soon as I figured it out, I was like, yo, I want to take that girl. I want to dip that girl in some red sauce real quick. A little calamari with the marinara. You know what I mean? squirt some lemon on her. You know what I mean? Like I was sitting there, I was getting ready to rent out a McDonald's ball pit and install a slip and slide in there and just throw none but red sauce all across the whole thing and just get you and slide you up and down it. The whole Cardi out. Told myself I was gonna behave. I said that girl showed up as a piece of calamar. You know, half my life people got me confused with an Italian. I've been ate the calamar. I already dipped it in the marinara. I did it. So yeah, people didn't pick up on the Ursula vibes. They didn't know that you were coming in with the calamar. They didn't, you know what I mean? They didn't see the little tentacle foot. You know what I mean? Little. You know, what I want to do with that, with that tentacle foot that you got. See, people don't see the vision. I see it. I see what you did, man. I ain't do nothing but appreciate you even that much more. You coming this way with it, and you bringing it. You bringing it. Yo, I bet that dress came in with the back, and then you came in, and they were like, "Oh, we don't even need to put in the back piece. It's already a match. It's already a match." So as with all things, you know, let's go ahead and talk about, you know what I mean? Because people were talking about like, this isn't me just trying to help out like Cardi and what she brought, but this is me trying to like just kind of give the fashion design industry a little bit of help, because like there's fashion and then there's function. Now fashion can be fashionable and we all wear clothes, so I don't care what your opinion is on fashion, everybody wears clothes, therefore everybody has an opinion on fashion. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't care what people's opinion is of me and my interests in fashion, because people like to say a whole lot of things. Just because I did a Bayonetta fashion design study. Let me turn this one down just a little bit. So yeah, people got a lot of opinions on me because I'm into fashion, but they don't understand why I'm into fashion, what it is. And it's because we all wear clothes. So people have like a lot of rude things to say about me, mean things to say about me. They got like really low opinions. I'm with you, Cardi. You know what I mean? Like we don't need to talk about it. We don't need to talk at all, Cardi. We don't need to talk at all. You know what I mean? But I noticed something watching this fashion show, and I watched a couple fashion shows. You know what I mean? Like I don't get to them all, but like there's a bit of function and there's a bit of fashion, and I still think that even a dress that's is crazy, you know what I mean? You coming in with the calamar like that, like dang. You know, something that bothers me when I go to these fashion shows, I see these models, they like, because everything is so artsy fartsy and fashion, they're not really all that functional. They're not, you know what I mean? What they got these models wearing ain't really all that functional, and that's kind of like the by the way with the fashion industry, with like everything that everybody got to say about it is like, as far as the fashion goes, like a lot of it doesn't make it past the fashion part because of how unfunctional everything is. So my interest in fashion is always in the function. So when I see, you know, for lack of a better word, dysfunction, I'd be like, you know what I mean? Splash of club soda, get that out, you know. So I'm looking at Cardi. I mean, I'm looking at these pictures from the Met Gala of Cardi. You know what I mean? Cardi, you gotta call me, girl. Like, don't call me, girl, but you gotta call me, girl. You know what I'm saying? So there was a few things with this. And if you remember my Bayonetta study, which reminds me, let me you know, back in the day when I was doing all these studies, see if I can find what I'm looking for. Yeah, I don't know how she does it. I don't know how she does it, man. This was a Marie Shimazaki study. Shout out to Marie Shimazaki. So yeah. Let's do it this way then. You see this? This Cardi B looking all bad. When I say bad, I mean good. Cardi B. You know, that's another reason why Marie Shimazaki's work in the video game industry is so revered, is because all of these video game vixens, if you will, they're, I mean, because it's video games, it doesn't need to be super realistic, but it, you know, you want it to be believable. So part of me, all these video game vixens, they what they wear has to be functional. Marie Shimazaki worked on Bayonetta, an action video game. Bayonetta move like crazy, you know what I mean, if you're familiar with it. And then she also recently, I don't know if she's still doing it, does the fashion design on Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8. I think she did the new girl, Heihachi daughter, or something like that. I don't know who she is, but you know what I mean. Girl in the purple and black jacket with the bold striping on it. like these video game vixens, they have to perform intense actions. So what they wear has to be functional. But because it's video games and everything is just as bombastic in video games as they are in the just fashion industry world, as far as like fashion being artsy fartsy and not so functional, like I would love to like lend services to the fashion industry as far as like making things functional. That's why my interest in the military is always there, is because military is the epitome of function, of taking a design, regardless of what the design is, a lot of it being like machinery or vehicles, things like that, but taking a design and then making it 99.99% functional, and then the fashion is, you know what I mean, is secondary, literally secondary. So when I saw Cardi B, and she wasn't showing the back, and I was like, yo, I said, Cardi, you got it. I gotta see it, Cardi. Cardi, I gotta see it. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I see you coming in there. See you coming in there looking like the calamar. I want to sit there and, you know what I mean? Trying to squirt lemon on you. I'm trying to do all that. You know what I mean? We can go ahead and we could remake that one scene out of whatchamacallit. That one movie. You know what movie I'm talking about with the Kool-Aid. That's me and you with the red sauce. You just bring that dress. Bring yo. And bring that dress also. So that's why I wanted to see the back, because I wanted to see if the way that, you know what I mean, your little calamari fronts was going around, you know what I mean, the collar. And then I was also wondering if the reason why you were like holding them was because they were gonna, like, they were so fashionable but so not functional that they were just like, you know what I mean, not gonna operate well, so you had to just constantly hold them up like that. I see you. That's why I had to see the back. See, I know a lot of people is thinking a lot of things. A lot of people think a lot of things about me. They so rude. I'm with you on that one too. But I was wondering if you were wearing something that was like those things wasn't even on your shoulders. As soon as I did finally find a picture of your back, you know what I mean? Those things wasn't even like really gripping around the shoulder neither. So it was like not even just top heavy, but also front heavy. And I was just like, man, they could have just took that, like that little tentacle piece and just wrap it around your neck a little bit. And then, you know what I mean? It wouldn't have looked, would have had a little bit more balance to it, you know? See, because if I was you, or if I would have designed something, I would have turned a little bit of that top half. Like you could have a whole dress just connect all the way up to your neck like you did, and then you could have this whole suit like you did, looking fine. You could have that whole dress like you did. But I always find issue when I'm like, oh dang, they can't walk up the stairs, or they can't walk at all. You know what I mean? Like you need to have handlers, make sure that you don't trip over your feet while you're walking. You over there, you looking so fine. You looking so good. Like I'm trying to slather you up. You know what I mean? And I'm like, God. And then you need to have like a couple of handlers come in, and you know it's like you know what I mean? Nuh-uh. See, so if I was you, had I designed this thing, I would say you need to look like the most beautiful Ursula I've ever seen. You know what I mean? Again, I had to sit there and wonder like what was going on with the hair choices that some people had, like the Kim K. I was right there with the fashion dude of like, oh man, why she make her hair that color? Like her beautiful dark hair would have looked so righted. You know what I mean? Would have looked it so right. With all of that orange. God, I would have ate you like you was a full meal. You know, they try to make like the calamari like it's just an appetizer dish, and I would have been like, nah. I'd have been like, nah. I would like, give me two then. Give me two. I eat you like it's the whole meal. What you see? I would have had the dress while you still have all of the undergarments covering you up. You know what I mean? You got the things, all the color spots. All the color spots. Let them stay where they're at. Let the legs, yo. You know what I mean? I know thematically they're tentacles, but legs. I think I just posted about a drumstick earlier this week. You know what I'm saying? I would have had that top piece. See how it's like divided into two? Show you what I'm talking about. The top piece. Both pieces are like divided into two. So you kind of got like four pieces right there. I would have had the two halves that are on the inside that are closer. You know what I mean? Closer to your neck, like collar around you. So that way, you know what I mean? You got like a nice, you don't have to worry about anything like falling or anything like that. It would have stayed, you know. Would have been functional, and then you could still do everything that you did and still be your beautiful self. But then at the same time, with the collar going around the front like that, I would have used that as an anchor point to then have it thin out and then continue continue down. You know what I mean? To be a little technical legs. What you got going on over there? You know what I mean? Sexy foot. Girl got sexy foot over here. Why you covering up them feet? Why you covering up them feet, Cardi? You know what I mean? Ruining my drinking juice in the hood with your fantasy. Right? And see, with the hair, what would have sold it? You know, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong about this, but you had, I don't even know if you dropped the second album yet. You know what I mean? I stopped listening to a whole lot of music because my iTunes account, but I got your first album on my iTunes account. I just can't listen to it because my iTunes got hacked. Cardi B, maybe you can help me out with that one. You know, maybe you and Kim K can get together. She can get her law degree. You can get your connections with iTunes and them, and be like, yo, unlock that man's iTunes. Let him listen to my album. You know, Cardi B first album. And that's if I remember correctly. I remember your first album cover was looking kind of wild, but your hair, I think, was also looking wild. You know, I rock with it. I like Missy Elliott. Okay, it was like that. So you had the short. Here we go. That's actually almost kind of perfect, so let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and do this. Yo, what's up, Cardi? I want to see it, girl. I want to see it. Like, you gotta show me. Yeah, I was thinking about your first album cover also, and because I was like, oh damn, with the calamar, had she pulled through with the Ursula hair, and then I was like, I'm pretty sure on the first album cover she had like the Ursula hair. It's almost there. It's almost, you know what I mean? The squigglies is right there with it. You know what I mean? If you look at Ursula's hair, she kind of got like big waves in it. You know, so that's the way that it's going. So I was like, what's up with the hair design? And if I would have had you, I don't know, wig, no wig, natural hair, whatever it is, however you do it, however it gets done. I don't know how y'all do that. Like, that white hair wouldn't even have to be white. You know, beautiful dark hair if you wanted it to be. It goes with the black on the dress anyways. You know what I mean? You and Kim K, a couple of dark hair vixens. I love it. So just for the sake of not having to dye your hair for a single night's event, unless you would have wanted to go like white Ursula hair for more than a single night, let's just go ahead and then just say dark hair, right? Like it is, you know what I mean? Beautiful. You know what I mean? Because there was already so much going on right here that having your hair come down really didn't get to see your hair. So having the hair go up, you know, even if it was just kind of waved and whatever, you know what I mean? Throw some super glue in there, some Gorilla Glue like that one girl did that one time, and like really get it to, you know, like you went Super Saiyan on us or something. But yeah, I would have had the front 2 tentacles attached to the collar, so that way it's kind of roped around and anchored onto your body, and then open up enough at the bottom of the dress so it'll stay looking closed. You're gonna have a layer of the fabric on your legs, you know what I mean, like you do, looking beautiful. But then you're gonna have a second layer. That would be the actual dress part that will come up off of your legs. You know what I mean? And then again, that's the same fabric. The only thing that I was thinking about was like, how would that black floral pattern look? Which, again, I get it, you know what I mean? Because you're the most delicious looking piece of calamari I've ever seen. And, you know, that's just the, what are those green leaves that they throw on the Italian food and stuff that you got to squirt lemon on to go ahead and eat those things. The green leaf, when you cook it up, when you cook it up, it turns black. It turns black. You know what I mean? I get it. I'm getting hungry just thinking about you. And see, the whole purpose of the opening in the front, that with the weight of the tentacles would close up on its own, but once you start moving, it'll open. And then once you stand still, they can close. You know what I mean? Because the gravity of, you know what I mean, everybody sees how heavy that dress looks at the base, at the bottom. You know what I mean? So when you're moving, that weight, once you move forward, it's going to open up. And then once you stop moving, you just take one step back. You know what I mean? That'll be something that they would have to like kind of like teach you. You know what I mean? Like tell you about, like once they get it, like, you know, when you walk, take one step back so that way the dress can close, so that way everybody, all the photographers and everything, you modeling, you looking like a, you know what I mean? The best dish. Looking like the best dish. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, maybe we see your feet, maybe we don't. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like because the dress didn't happen that way, I don't know. I don't know if it would have happened that way. All I'm saying is that you look great. You looked great. And I haven't stopped thinking about you since. I was like, dang. Gotta sit here and listen about people cry about the Odyssey casting, and I'm like, they just don't have the vision. People just don't know. You know what I mean? I gotta sit there and listen to that and think about you. Balance it out. Balance out my life. But yeah, that's the way I would have did it. And then probably have the second pieces that are up top here, how the first, the two pieces that are closer, you know, the bisected pieces that are closer to your neck working as a collar, have the other two that are further from you that are closer to your shoulders. not even wrap around your shoulders like a sleeve or anything like that, but you know, rest on them like they are. Like how that part's working, that's cool, you know. But if you wanted to, just have it work like a jacket and wrap around, you know. So, and immediately, if I was thinking about the jackets, and you know, this Andrew Gloucevsky experience, we're not gonna talk without talking about check me out. Yo, am I still live? I never know these days. I always gotta double check. Alright. So, you know, first album cover, Ursula, Calamar with the Marinara. And I'm over here thinking about how to make it a little bit more functional so that way you can move and groove out there and really dazzle the people as you do. But it's an Andrew Gloucevsky experience. You know, we're not gonna get through a whole stream without talking about it. You know, Dragon Ball Z, Gogeta got that jacket, just like those jackets work. That's how the dress would work, except obviously the collar piece would wrap around, thin out, and then kind of be the anchor point to the front of the dress that would be able to open up a bit, just enough so that you could walk. You know what I mean? Like walk upstairs, don't need handlers, all that other stuff. You don't need nobody getting in the way of you and the camera people taking pictures of you. You know what I mean? Even if they were the fashion designers and it's like, no, that's the stylist and the hairstylist. Like, I get it, but you know what I mean? Like, you know what I want to see. You know what I want to see. But yeah, just like that. You know what I mean? The dress was right there. Like, you still pulled it off. You still pulled it off. I said, I don't know how she does it. I don't know how she does it. You know what I mean? I said, how'd she do that? How'd she do that? She need to tell me. I need to have a conversation with her so she could tell me how she did that. What's up, Cardi? Had me out there with y'all walking around with a bucket of red sauce on me. And I would have been like, y'all get it now? Y'all get it now? You know what we doing? I mean, if we talking art and fashion, if we talking art and fashion. So yeah, you essentially would have looked a whole lot like this. I mean, you could imagine the things that people say about me just because I'm like, oh, if only she were capable of walking upstairs in that. You know what I mean? Because I think things like that, all of a sudden people got to think a million other things that ain't got nothing to do with that. You can imagine what people got to say about me. What's up, Cardi? Let's do a little something. See, it's all that lemon. It's all the lemon I'm gonna squirt on you. You know what I mean? It's all the lemon I'm gonna squirt on you. You know what I mean? You're too much. You're too much. Did I tell you how beautiful you look? Did I tell you how beautiful you look? You know what I mean? That's just another thing that the fashion design or just fashion industry is kind of missing. Is men that could actually mean it when they tell a woman, like, hey, the way you look tonight. You know, I might put some lime on you too. I might put some lime on you too. This is South Florida Tri-County. You know how we do it. This South Florida Tri-County. You know how we do it. I might put some lime on you too. Make you my little llamarita. Turn Cardi B into one of my little lamaritas. What's up, Cardi? You know what I'm saying? I gave Trump Plan D. I gave Trump Plan D last week, on the last stream, whenever that was. I gave Trump Plan D. Look at mine or look at yours. You know what I mean? Cardi, you let me turn you into one of my lamaritas. Oh, let me turn this back up. I'll be walking around with you open carry. I'll be walking around with you open carry. You know what I mean? Police out here, they like to let a whole lot of people walk around open carry, but once I do it, police out here, they be like, stop him. You know what I mean? And I'd be like, oh dang. I'd be like, cops just mad. They looked at mine, they looked at theirs. They looked at mine, they looked at theirs. Got Cardi B out here looking like one of my Lamarita girls over here. You got me going crazy. Like, I'm gonna go out here, turn a calamar into a daiquiri. You got me going crazy. I'm turning a calamar into a daiquiri. Man, I walk around with you. I'll be on the strip, open carry, like steer it up. Boom, boom, boom. Well, darling, steer it up. Come on and steer it up. You know what I mean? It's been a long, long time. Still got you on my mind. I'll get some backup say, ooh. You know what I mean? I don't know who's crazy enough to leave you. I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know what's wrong with them. Yeah, you know you look good. You know you look good. You know, you mess around with me, people gonna be like, that's the same girl that be wearing the shower cap in all the videos. I be like, look at mine or look at yours. You know what I mean? You eat the calamari like I do. I mean, you a certified Italian actor at that point. You know what I mean? Scorsese. You eat calamari like I do, Scorsese be looking at me. You eat the calamari like I do, Scorsese be looking at me like, yo. If you don't put him in a movie, I will. You see what I mean? And then that dual layering of the fabric right there with the tentacle coming in, that'll make everybody be like, I don't know what's going on. It's the Met Gala, they don't know what's going on already. We got 1, 2. 1, 2. You know what I mean? So your Wonder Woman underwear. The tentacles running along the front. Make it so you can't even see him. You know, that little split that's right down the middle in the front. You gotta show me, Cardi. Alright. This color, man, do I need to go a little bit more red with it? You know, let's screw it. You know what I mean? Because your skin tone matching that orange color. Still fine. Still fine, girl. See, Cardi, people just don't have the vision. People just don't have the vision. Dang, all the way. All the way to the fingertips. Dang. Been thinking about you for 2 weeks and I still don't know that little detail. What I'm thinking about? What I'm thinking about? So this is just all them little green leaves that they put on the calamari. But once you cook it up, the green leaves, they turn black. You know what I mean? Oh dang, look at that. Lined up perfectly too. Oh, okay. Back matching the front. I said, what you want to do at the Met Gala? She said, I want the front to match the back. Can you make the front match the back? See, I can't see your little feet, girl. I can't see your little feet. I don't know what's going on down there. They go all the way to the toes. It goes all the way to the toes. You know what I mean? Since it goes all the way to the fingertips, like it do. Go all the way to the toes too. See what I mean? I gotta see it. You gotta show me, Cardi. Cardi, you gotta show me. You know what I mean? Forget what the haters say. You got infinite ammo, girl. You got infinite ammo. Forget what the haters say. Alright. See what me mean? See what me mean? Girl, I want to saute you with the leaf. You know what I'm saying? I want to get the leaf and saute you. You know? This South Florida Tri-County, you know how we do it. Governor tripping with the medical. Governor tripping with the medical. And this ain't even one of them political podcasts. Don't do that. I like my ad revenue. I like my ad revenue. I have you looking fly and give you the strength to walk on your own out there. You know, not like these other fashion designers that, you know what I mean? Trying to steal the spotlight. Trying to steal the spotlight from you. See what I mean? Tell me I don't want to rent out a McDonald's that got a ball pit in it and install a slip and slide in there and put none but red sauce down that whole thing and just slide you up and down that whole thing. Tell me I don't want to do that with you. Cardi. See what I mean? People didn't get it. People didn't get it. They didn't see it. I saw it. You gotta show me. You gotta show me, Cardi. There we go. Yo, am I still live? Big Ursula vibes. Yo, what Hannibal like to say? Girl. What Hannibal like to say? You know what I mean? Look at you. Look at you. See what I mean? You know, I'm gonna find out. I was like, yo, I gotta see what the back of that dress is doing. The back of that dress wasn't doing nothing. All Cardi. All Cardi. Back of that dress, all Cardi. I was like, dang. Yo, shout out to Cardi B. You know. Either way. What else? You know, we just catching up. We're just catching up, yo. You know, Met Gala happened. A whole lot happened at the Met Gala. A whole lot happened at the Met Gala. I gotta refill this water. Hold up. Now, what am I doing? Where we at? So yeah, all that to say this, you know, I'm always into the fashion industry because the fashion industry pushes fashion, which is great because we're all into fashion no matter how much you deny it. You wear clothes, you know what I mean? Anybody that ever wore clothes, they'd be like, I don't care about clothes. Well, you care about clothes enough to not care about it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Everybody always making up excuses for themselves. It's like, you wearing clothes, right? Okay, so you care about them. Like, don't act like people like to act like they don't, and they be like, no, I'm just black t-shirts and blue jeans, and it's like, yeah, and you making a statement, and you're making a statement. So, you know, so when it comes to fashion, like, I'm into I like the fact that the fashion industry pushes fashion, but then at the same time, the way that I always see it is like, how does it function? You know what I mean? How dysfunctional is it? How functional is it? Can we introduce something? You know what I mean? Yada yada yada. And like I said, I can patent something, but I've already got one of my patents already spied on and ruined because hackers hacking my, you know what I'm saying? Hacking my files, stealing my files, stealing my business. You know what I'm saying? So I had to sit there and put the kibosh on one of my patents before, you know what I mean? Too much information got divulged to them. So, you know what I mean? I shot Kim K a tweet and I was like, yo, you know what I mean? But I can't because, so, you know, Kim, maybe you can get that law degree. Maybe you can get that law degree and put it to work for me. You know what I'm saying? I just want to help y'all out. I just want to help y'all out. We can help each other. What you find behind? Yeah. Big Ursula vibes. Big Disney vibes. You know what I'm saying? Big Disney vibes. Cardi B pulling through with the calamar with the Disney vibes. I love it. You know what I mean? I would have just put your hair up like you went Super Saiyan on us, girl. You still beautiful. You know what I mean? First album cover with the waves like that. You know, a little bit of Gorilla Glue. Yo, I got you. I got you. Speaking of Disney, guess who else showed up? Yo, guess who else showed up to the Met Gala? Yo, more Disney. More Disney showed up. Now to see it. Now I need to holler at the I need to holler at the Met Gala real quick. I need to, you know, like it's dope. I don't know how often they do it. Like I know that there was one like a while back when Rihanna was pregnant. There was one, and I don't know how many there have been since then. And then, you know what I mean, there was the one that was just recently. We're talking about it. You know, big Disney vibes. After I'm sitting there slathering up Cardi B with the red sauce, then they gotta sit there and they gotta drop Snow White on us. Snow White came in, looking dysfunctional. You know what I mean? Talking about behind the scenes and the Blu-rays. You gotta watch the behind the scenes of the Blu-rays of Suicide Squad, and you can watch that clip of girl that was sitting there and, you know what I mean, popping and locking by herself on stage. But then in the movie they had to throw in all of the after effects, all of the effects, all the post-production effects to sit there and make it look like she wasn't just up there hitting the electric boogaloo all by herself. You know what I mean? Wearing little to nothing, looking crazy. You know what I mean? You got to check out Suicide Squad behind the scenes. That's what I'm into. That's what I like. You know what I mean? I already talked about the Kim K joint behind the scenes. But either way, Snow White came in there looking crazy like that girl. Like she how do you stand still and pop and lock at the same time? I don't know how she did it. You know what I mean? She's special. I don't know if she, like, I don't know, you know, special needs, special, like, either way. She was able to stand still and pop and lock at the same time. I don't know how she did it. That girl got talent. She got one of them. Man, the Met Gala was crazy this year. They had it was like a whole special section. You know, I don't have a picture of the person, but they had a person that was like that was in a electric wheelchair at the same time too. Like they had a robot carrying them. It was the first time that it was, you know, the interviewers are going out there like, who's wearing you? You know what I mean? Like usually when they interview people, they're like, who are you wearing? You know what I mean? And they got to be like, oh, I'm wearing. You know what I mean? It was the first time that anybody was like, who's wearing you? And then, you know, I don't even know if they said anything. You know what I'm saying? But they had this whole special. I gotta holler at them because they were smart enough to go ahead and do like the whole like Odyssey Mediterranean vibes with this Met Gala this year. You know, shout out to the Met. And I was just like, well, they got to know about the Olympics. Like, you don't know about the Olympics? Like, look at what the Olympics did. Like, the Olympics, they divided up. They were like, yo, we got the Summer Olympics, and then, you know, that plays every 4 years, but then every 2 years in between the Summer Olympics, they got the Winter Olympics. Unless you want to look at it vice versa, they got the Winter Olympics, and then every 2 years in between the Winter Olympics, they got the Summer Olympics. It all depends on what you're into. Y'all saw how bad them girls was in the Winter Olympics just recently. But either way, like, the Olympics was smart enough to break it up. They're like, yo, we got too many. We got too much going on. They broke it up. They're like, all right, summertime, wintertime, you know what I mean, anytime. Like, the Olympics broke up. They did it right. Olympics did it. They keep it pushing. You know how much I like to push. You know what I mean? I push buttons. I push it. I push things. That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? And Olympics, they pushed it. They took it a step further. They got the Special Olympics. Now, I ain't never spoke on it before, so I ain't gonna speak on it now. I'm just gonna say that they exist. Met Gala. You took the Odyssey, you made it happen, and it was great. You gave me Cardi B as a calamar, and I will never, you know what I mean, forget you for giving me that. Now, you got like people out here that's capable of popping and locking and standing still at the same time. I don't know how they do it. And then you got robots carrying people that you know what I mean. Interviewers are like, who's wearing you? Like it was crazy. That I don't know if the robot could talk. But I'm just saying, Met Gala, if we're going to sit there and start introducing these things, then maybe take a page out of the Mediterranean book, out of the Olympic book, and then, you know what I mean, go ahead and have, like, the Met Gala as we know it and love it, giving me Cardi B with the calamar, and then also you can go ahead and, like, have the special Met Gala. The special Met Gala. You know what I mean? And that's where you put everybody else. Like whoever. I don't know who you would put in there, but you would put them in there. And then you would divide it up however many oftentimes that the Met Gala happens. It happens this many times. And then you have the special Met Gala happens, you know, that many times. And then, you know, you divide them up subsequently, just like the winter, summer, special, winter, summer, special, the way that they do it. Like, you could do it that way. And see, people always take me, people always take what I say the wrong way. What I'm saying is, you can double your money doing it that way. Because you could be like, it's the Met Gala, and people are like, oh my God, it's the Met Gala. And then, you know what I mean, you get your money, and then it's like, it's the special Met Gala now. And then it's like, oh, we're going to support that as well, because, you know, and then I'm just trying to help you out. I'm just trying to help you out. Double up. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. Double up. Cut me 1% because I just gave you that idea. You know what I mean? Don't steal from me. I don't like it when people steal from me. I'm already getting patents stolen. I'm trying to patent other things and I can't do it because anytime I ever do anything, it's getting stolen in real time as I'm doing it. So it's like I do something and it's immediately stolen. You know what I mean? So, you know, just as my patents are getting stolen, don't steal from me. Met Gala. Do the special Met Gala. Do it in between all the other Met Galas, and then call it the special Met Gala, just like the Olympics call it the Special Olympics or whatever they call it. And then go ahead and double up your money and cut me that 1%. Just the 1% of the special Met Gala. If you want to give me 1% of the Met Gala just because you love me that much, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and do that too. You know what I mean? While I help y'all introduce a little bit of function into your fashion while still keeping it artsy-fartsy. But either way, gotta holla at the Met Gala. You know. Yo. As if robots carrying people As if robots carrying people wasn't enough at the Met Gala. You're not gonna believe who showed up at the Met Gala. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. So, we all know. Oh, I gotta cue that up, don't I? Y'all probably wondering why I haven't talked about it. I need to cue it up. Cue it up. Boom, boom, boom. Little darling, cue it up. Come on, baby. Come on and cue it up. Little darling, cue it up. At the same time, just like Capcom dropped while I was live streaming, Marvel Tokon dropped, and they showed up at the Met Gala. You're not gonna believe it. I couldn't believe it. I said again? I said again? Hold on. Let's do this. Booyah. Let's do this. Let's do this. No, it's on low volume, but I'm gonna let it ride.
Excuse me, allow me to explain. The challenge of the champion! We have a series of knockouts, and the winner gets a crown.
Yo, Marvel Tokon dropped the Avengers trailer. I think while I was live, I can't remember, but I finished live streaming and I showed up later to my phone that day, and I was like, yo, of course they did. Of course they did. First is Capcom, now it's Marvel. I see what y'all doing. I see what y'all doing. The big wigs out here. You know what I mean? Pouring salt on my game. Pouring salt on my game with Team Avengers. Yo, I got the roster wrong. I got the roster wrong. I thought it would have been Civil War, but it wasn't. They're on the same team. And then Hulk came in angry. It's Hulk versus the Avengers. Hulk came in, took up the whole screen. Hulk came in and took up the whole screen. I said they would drop the trailer while I was. They would drop the trailer while I was over there. Black Panther. They got the girl Black Panther. Black Pantheress. I don't know what they're gonna call her. I don't know. Black Panther looking good though. She looking good. I'm not mad at her. You know what I mean? So yeah, Marvel Tokon Avengers showed up at the Met Gala. Marvel Tokon Avengers showed up at the Met Gala. That's why Hulk got the armor on. That's why Hulk got the armor on. You know what I mean? They were like, nah, you can't show up in them bummy pants. So they were like, put some clothes on. We got you. You know what I'm saying? And then Hulk, you know what I mean? Hulk got mad that he had to wear clothes, and then he just started messing up his own team. So, Marvel Tokon Avengers showed up. Showed up at the Met Gala. Now, I told y'all, I don't know when, a couple of streams ago, a few streams ago, when we were talking about the Marvel Tokon when they released the first trailer, the X-Men trailer, and I was just like, this is who they're gonna cast, and I was for sure definite. I was like, they're gonna put She-Hulk in there. I said they're gonna put girl Thor, they're gonna put girl Spider-Man. Oh no, they got regular Spider-Man in there, so no, they're not gonna do that. But I was like, they're gonna put girl Thor and girl Hulk in there. You know what I mean? However many, you know what I mean, they could put in there, that's what they're going to do. And then all the unknown characters that I said, like Quasar and them, I was like, they're going to turn them into girls too. Like, just so that way they could balance out the roster. I came up with a 10-10 balance for the 20 characters that they're going to be dropping. Now, I was 100% certain about the, I was 100% certain about the She-Hulk because, you know, I've been doing this live streaming game for a little minute. I did a little bit now. It's been what, 5 years? It's been a little bit. I've been streaming for a while. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, I couldn't tell you this at the time, but at the time they were like, it's She-Hulk, and I was like, great, but you can't tell it. So I was just like, all right, I'll make it make believe at the time. I was like, it's gonna be make believe at the time. I saw the She-Hulk, saw everything. I was like, it's for sure She-Hulk. Whoever the company is that's making this game, I don't even know who they are. I was talking with them though, allegedly, supposedly, like maybe, perhaps, you know what I'm saying, like behind the scenes. You know how much I like the behind the scenes stuff. So they brought back, and it's the big wigs. It's Marvel. They were like, you know what I mean? They cut She-Hulk and they put Hulk in there. And I was like, how dare they? And then they dropped it during my live stream last time, and I said, how dare they again? Like, you know what I mean? I see what they're doing. So, but as per usual, let me see. So this is them. This is what they gave us. It's cool, right? Like this is what they gave us. It's cool. Shout out, Black Panther looking good, but originally it was gonna be, with the She-Hulk, and I got the insider scoop of you ain't gonna find this anywhere else, apparently. You know what I mean? Nobody else has it, or else I think somebody else would have talked about it by now, and nobody has. So I got the She-Hulk footage, you know what I mean, of like when they were programming her, they were putting together the trailer, everything like that. So I don't know why they didn't go with She-Hulk, but I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all just the portion of the trailer that's the She-Hulk joint that they gave me. Now it's early, you know what I mean, it's test footage. They were still, rigging and texturing and doing all that stuff, whatever they do. Like, they were still working on all that. But here's a exclusive exclusive. Like, how many? I need to have like fireworks and sparklers. I'm gonna work on the production, you know what I mean, as I continue to bring it bigger and better for y'all every single time. Hold on, don't you blinking and winking on me? Look at this blinking and winking on me. Hold on. I'm about to hit y'all with the exclusive. Let's see what we got. Let's see if anything rearranged itself. You know what I mean? Things always like to get rearranged every time I... Here we go. So yeah. Exclusive She-Hulk trailer. This was the original plan for Marvel Tokon. Hey, fingers crossed for Girl Thor. Fingers crossed for Girl Thor. You know what I mean? Check me out. They gave me the test footage of She-Hulk. See, this is everything that I've been talking about with gaming. Like, this is why they were like letting me see behind the scenes and all that stuff. They're like, yo, we heard what you said about pregnant God of War, pregnant Kratos, you know what I mean? And you can make that game and you can do this and that. And I'm like, yeah, video games, you can make whatever you want. You can kind of do whatever you want. You don't need to make everything like so serious all the time and all that other stuff. Like, you could, like, video games is fun. You can always have fun with it. Everything everything got to be so serious, even when they think like they're being like frosty with it. It's like it's still a little too serious, and it's like, you see what I'm doing? I'm like, so when they told me they were gonna have She-Hulk in there, I was like, yo, I was like, perfect. I was like, this is, they showed me like the concept art and the pictures, and I was just like, yo, y'all crazy with it. I was like, what is she, the final boss? She gonna take up the whole screen like a final boss status, looking about as big as like, with Apocalypse and what's his name? Who Magneto turned into when him and Charles Xavier did the fusion dance? He did. Magneto and Charles Xavier did the fusion dance, and they turned into what's his name? I don't even know, but either way, looking like Apocalypse, looking like a final boss at Mega Man, taking up the whole screen. Like, that's why I was so for certain. That's why when I said it like how I said it. I was like, it's gonna be She-Hulk. It's definitely gonna be her. Like, you know what I mean? And I made it seem like I didn't know what I was talking about. But, you know, little did you know I had the scoop. And I guess they reneged on She-Hulk, unfortunately. You know what I mean? This is what could have been. This is everything about gaming that I'm always talking about. I'm like, dang, why, like why not? Like, why don't they? Like, how come? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna do it. You know? If you're gonna do it. So, but who knows? People be reneging on things these days. But either way, I figured, you know, She-Hulk showed up to the Met Gala. You know what I mean? Look, she took up the whole stage. That's why they had green lighting everywhere. That's why everything was green in the setting and everything. I thought it was supposed to be the big announcement, but apparently the announcement was like, no, they're replacing She-Hulk with Hulk. And I was like, of course they did. Of course they did. You know what I mean? Like, so what could have been? You know, what could have been? We didn't get it. We didn't get She-Hulk, unfortunately. But who knows? Maybe later. Maybe in some DLC. Maybe something, because they got the work done. You know what I mean? So, like it's all there. Maybe they ran into some hiccups. Maybe there was like, when they were doing tests, there was like crashing happening. Who knows? You know what I mean? Who knows what happened? But either way, you know, Marvel Tokon Avengers showed up at the Met Gala. You know, fashionable. Look at She-Hulk. You can't contain She-Hulk. Look at her. But yeah, could have got it, but we didn't. Man, what else happened? Yo, we ain't seen She-Hulk. We ain't seen She-Hulk since Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It's so disappointing. It's so disappointing we haven't seen She-Hulk since Marvel vs. Capcom 3. You know? I don't know if they're ever gonna bring her back into a fighting video game. But yeah, speaking of Marvel 3, like, this game got you with the 4 players. Marvel 3 had you with the 3 players. People talking about like having 3-player fighting games and how like it's so difficult. You know what I mean? Or at least they want to lead you to believe. Oh, I shouldn't have deleted that. They want to lead you to believe that it's so difficult. Let me get that back up. Where we at? This one? Yeah. Let me get that back up. Probably crop it better this time. There we go. So yeah, after Capcom, you know, since Capcom always doing the most, Capcom sets the standard and all that. People been talking about this Invincible game. I don't know anything about it. I talked about it on the last stream, I believe. You know. And I don't know. Like, didn't Dragon Ball Fighters Z, whatever that game is, you know what I mean? Shout out, you know, this Andrew Bolshevsky experience. We're not gonna get through a stream without talking about it. You know, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball G.E.T in some form or fashion. But here's the thing, man. Invincible showed up to the Met Gala. I couldn't believe it. I said they're here too, and everybody was celebrating them because it's like it's 3v3, just like Marvel 3. And I was like, wait a second, don't you mean like Dragon Ball Fighter Z? You know what I mean? And they didn't know what I mean. And I said, yo, the Met Gala, they don't know. The Met Gala don't know. But yeah, all the Voltrumites showed up. All the Voltrumites showed up. And I was just talking about it on the last stream. I was like, shout out to Robert Kirkman. You know, all these Voltrumites look the same. You know what I mean? They all look samesies. All of them. You know, they're all just like bald old guys with a mustache. And I said, is Robert Kirkman old and bald and with a mustache? Because I mean, that's probably why. You know what I mean? That's probably why that's happening. But all the Voltrumites look the same. They got some women one. The women one wear the same thing as the men's one. I said, this is the best we could do at the Met Gala. They, you know, the Voltrumites showed up at the Met Gala looking the same. And I was just like, what a shame that Invincible comes out after Superman, after Dragon Ball. And you know, Dragon Ball ain't nothing but a spin-off, or you know, from a spin move from Superman. And I said, Invincible ain't nothing but a spin move off of Dragon Ball and or Superman. I was talking about it, you know. But I was like, yo, they all wear the same thing, cause I haven't watched it. I haven't played the game. I haven't watched it. I was like, they all wear the same thing. Like, that's not cool. Like, especially since it came after. Like, you're supposed to push. You're supposed to push it. You know what I mean? You gotta push it, and you gotta push it good. And I would say Voltrumites fashion, what they brought to the Met Gala, it wasn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't happening. And the only thing I could think about was like back in the 90s, you know, because the Met Gala been going on for a while. So like back in the 90s, the Met Gala had Saiyans show up, and you know, and you know, all the space creatures and Frieza and them, like they had them show up in the 90s, and you know, it's like if you look at the old Saiyan fashion back in the day, like even though it was all very similar, they still were able to like switch it up some. You know what I mean? Shoulder pads, no shoulder pads, straps, no straps. You know, some of them got the cloth hanging. You see Zarbon over there with the suede with the suede crushed waist high boots. You see him wearing the leg warmers on the arm, because you know what I mean. Arm so thick he can put leg warmers on it. Like you see other buddy right there. He got the chaps. He got the baggy chaps with it. The armor come with all the different colors. Like all these aliens, they all wore the same thing, but they still were able to like have a little bit enough of the identification with it that it was like It was different. Even the robot in the back, like I'm pretty sure Invincible got a robot, and even the robot in the back, dressed exactly like him, still looks unique. Still looks unique. When I'm looking at all the Vultramites, and this is back in the 90s, when I look at all the Vultramites in the Met Gala like this year, I'm like, yo, they all looking the same. They all looking the same. So what, you just drew a bunch of faces? You just put a face randomizer on the same body over and over? Like, come on, man. Like back in the day, like, I don't know. It's like I keep my eye on fashion. And I'm just saying, and Frieza riding around in the robot too. Hey Frieza, who's wearing you? You see what I'm saying? Like even Frieza was rolling around in the robot back in the day, and the robot, you know what I mean, was different from the one in this Met Gala too. I think this one, it was just like all black, like a black dress. You know what I mean? Looking like the opposite of the Vultramites. But so I don't know what's going on with the with the fashion, you know what I mean, with the super aliens and all that, you know, spinning off from the Superman joint. But I would say it was a step back when it should have been a step forward, is all I'm saying. Like these Vultramites, I don't know, they can't put no extra cloth on. They ain't got no colors. You know what I mean? There's not like a special unit that has like a patch on the shoulder, maybe a patch on the chest. You know, like a icon on the belt. Nothing. They all just looking the same. Either way, shout out to Robert Kirkman. You know what I mean? Vultramites showed up doing the most at the Met Gala. You know, good for them. But you know. Maybe I'm just part and parcel to Dragon Ball Z, I guess, I suppose. Maybe, perhaps, supposedly, allegedly. So, but yeah, you know, Robert Kirkman, you know, I was talking about how you know what I mean? Long story short, you could push it. Yeah, and not just the designs on the Vultramites, but also like your business and everything that you do, like how you got The Walking Dead going on forever, how you might have Invincible going on forever, maybe, perhaps, I don't know. But it's like you can push your business, and just like Superman has been going on for like 100 years, you can have your Invincible story going on for 100 years. But the way that Superman was able to do it, Superman and them, Super Friends, were able to do it. You know, even Marvel, like, they were able to do it because they had like other artists, more artists, you know what I mean, other creators, and then because they were all under the same publishing, they were able to like do team ups and little crossover events. You know how much I love a crossover events, you know. So it's like, what I'm saying is, like, I can help you out. Oh, damn, I forgot. I had that up in the corner over there. You see in the upper right corner. I forgot that I had put that there. That was that's the I was trying to get it published, and you can see the date on there is April 8th. I was trying to get my comic book published over a month ago, nearly 2 months ago now, and here I am, 10-year journey, been streaming for 5 years, and y'all been watching me all along the way, doing all the concept art, doing all the drawing, all the everything, like doing all the work. Did everything by myself. No one helped me. Yada yada. Y'all know the story. Y'all know how it goes. Like, I go to complete the 10-year journey, the plan. I'm ahead of schedule, and I go to publish, self-publish, because again, sole proprietorship. I'm the only one who owns my business. You know what I mean? And yeah, they were like, nah. And that was the first message. I tried to do it again. Like, they were like, come back in a few days. I went back in a few days, and again, it was like, nah. And I'm like, but after the second time, they were like, you can't ever do it again. So now I just lost my publishing abilities. So here I am. Did this 10-year journey. Started planning it out 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I started with this plan. And then 10 years ago, I enacted it. And then here we are at the tail end of the 10 years. Here I am, all of 37 years old, finally, right? And I go to publish ahead of schedule because I'm that good of a worker. And it's like, nah, you can't do it. Robert Kirkman, all I'm saying is you start like a publishing thing. I don't know where Invincible is published under, but you get other creators such as myself who've created something that can publish something. You know what I mean? Like, holla at your boy, let me know. I'll help you out, help you build your brand, help you design some of these Voltramites. You know what I mean? Get these female Voltramites looking as bad as Cardi B and Kim K. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't have to be dark hair queens, not all of them. They could be blonde and blue hair and whatever else, you know what I mean? You have them looking like She-Hulk. You saw how they did her. Like I can help you out, Robert Kirkman. You know what I mean? Holla at your boy. Holla at your boy who's better than me. But yeah, I forgot I had that up in the corner up there like that. Everybody probably like, what that mean? That's what that means is I went to go publish like 2 months ago. And just like I had all the problems with my merch in recent years. And then I've had all the problems with my merch in recent years. Same thing. Now here I am going to publish, and now I can't publish either. It's almost like, you know, a conspiracy. Shout out to Robert Kirkman, man. But yeah, you want that Invincible stuff to go on and live in longevity like Superman and Dragon Ball. You know what I mean? Dragon Ball on Dragon Ball Demon Time now. Like, come on. Either way. You know. Speaking of everybody looking the same. Speaking of everybody looking the same. Yo. Speaking of Marvel vs. Capcom. You wouldn't believe who showed up at the Met Gala. You wouldn't believe looking fly, but also looking the same. Like, it's crazy. I don't know how they did it. Like that little special girl who was able to pop and lock and stand still at the same time. I don't know how Street Fighter showed up. Marissa and what's her name? Monet. Why am I just thinking about Marissa Tomei? Marissa and Manon. That's the name. Manon. It's French. You know what I mean? That's probably why they had it. You know what I mean? French girl probably had a +1. She was like, "Yo, come on, pull through with me." So. Yo, Marissa and Manon, like, you know, showed up, Mediterranean vibes. They gave them new clothes and everything. But here's the thing, it's the same clothes that they had before. It's just different colors. They just gave them different colors now. You know, shout out to Capcom doing the most and dropping trailers during my live stream. I wonder who's doing what while I'm live streaming today. I wonder what I'm gonna discover when I finish live streaming today. Who did what? But yeah, look at Marissa. See, that's gonna be in the next Marvel vs. Capcom whenever they make it. Marvel 4, when Marvel 4 drops, is gonna be Marissa and She-Hulk. That's, you know what I mean. They're probably gonna hold on to that Hulk model and then make it happen then, you know. And then they're gonna be, you know, She-Hulk's gonna look at Marissa and be like, "You think you big?" Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, shout out. Shout out to Capcom. Look at them. Look at them looking good. Spruced them up with some fresh colors. It looked like she got a little bit of citrus squeezed on her. You know what I mean? Not looking as good as Cardi B. You know what I mean? Not looking as good as Cardi B. But still, you know what I mean? I'm not mad at it. She got the Joker. She got the Joker colors coming in. You know. So they were like, she was like, yo, French girl. I wonder who got the invite. I wonder if the French girl got it because it's fashion and it's French. You know what I mean? They gave the French girl the +1. She was like, come on, it's Mediterranean vibes. Come on. Or if they, you know what I mean, because it was a Mediterranean vibes type of fashion show that they gave it to Marissa. Marissa was like, come on, French girl. Like, just spray paint the same thing that you was wearing before, but you know what I mean? It's going to be different colors this time. But yeah, shout out to Capcom. Got a little Capcom at the Met Gala this year. That's crazy. That's crazy that they did that. I couldn't believe it. I mean, what else did they drop? What else did they drop? They dropped Knights of the Round with the whole pack, like with the clothes. They dropped some stickers for Ingrid, some Ingrid stuff. They're gonna let you have male characters like cross dress in Ingrid's clothes, kind of like a shout out to Omega, Kenny Omega. Is that the dude? Kenny Omega was the one that cross dress in the thing. So they were like, all right, we're gonna, you know, art imitating life and life imitating art. Like, I see what they did with it. So now you can dress all your male characters to look like Ingrid as well. You know, that was quite the choice to have that. But then they also had the Knights of the Round in there, and I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was just talking about the Knights of the Round on the last stream, or maybe a couple of streams ago. But I was like, man, I just keep. Like I'm unstoppable with the call outs, you know. I talk about something, I finish a stream, and the next thing I know it's happening. It's happening. What's happening? It's happening. Like, I'm like, oh man, like I couldn't believe it. They had the Knights of the Round there. I was just talking about them. But it was like the Final Fantasy joint, and I was, you know, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about the all of the Capcom, Marvel 3v3, 4v4, like it, you know what I mean? There's so much going on. And then they dropped Knights of the Round as well, and I was like, there's like 12 of them. There's like 12 of them. And but I was talking about, you know, Final Fantasy, you know, the Final Fantasy 7 Requiem, where I talked about Sephiroth's plan, what Square Enix and Tetsuya Nomura is trying to say. You know what I mean? I made Tetsuya Nomura blush with what I said, and I didn't even really say all that much. You know what I mean? I didn't even think about it all too much. I didn't even think all that hard about it. It was really, it's because of my experience in branding. Because of my experience in branding. Do I still have that picture? I wonder. Do I still have that picture? Let me see if I got it. Give me a second here. I wasn't expecting to pull it up, but it's all in the branding. That's why, you know what I mean? Imagery just really... There we go. I think I still got it. Yeah. It's right there in the branding. Everything I was talking about. You know what I mean? See, Sephiroth trying to get... You know what I mean? Sephiroth trying to get the whole world pregnant. Sephiroth trying to impregnate the whole planet. You know what I mean? and the only thing that the planet got is Omni Aerith. So essentially, Sephiroth is trying to get Omni Aerith pregnant. You know what I mean? But he can't do it because he's not alive no more. Sephiroth's been unalive, so he needs Cloud's physical body just so he has a body. But Cloud is like the only specimen because he has the Sephiroth genes in him from when, you know what I mean, all that creepy stuff happened to Cloud when he was unconscious and he didn't know it was happening to him because he was unconscious with it, and then they were violating Cloud and Cloud got violated unconscious, and then they had like Sephiroth like genes in them, and that's why Sephiroth, you know, they also did it to Zack, but Zack's also unalive also, you know what I mean, except now in Requiem Zack is alive still. They brought him back in remake. You got to play as him. We got to play as him. I didn't because I don't play video games. I can't afford them. Not enough of you are buying my merch. Not enough of you are following, liking, subscribing, and joining the Patreon, and you know what I mean, dropping all the donos and all the tips, and you know, yo, my accounts are systematically getting deactivated, but you can still go ahead and follow, like, and subscribe, and send me a screenshot. Send me a screenshot. I want to see what it look like when you try to look up my account and see what it says, you know what I mean? But not enough of you are buying my merch and, you know what I mean, subscribing and all that other stuff. Am I still sitting at 69? Am I still live? I'm at 68. I lost a subscriber. Look at that. Look at that. I lost another stalker. Look at that. Look at my stalkers bouncing one by one. But I can't afford to play video games, so I didn't get to play as Zack. But you know what I mean. A lot of people did, and but Zack was quintessentially unalived as well. So Sephiroth couldn't. You know what I mean. That's why Cloud was the perfect specimen for Sephiroth to be able to return in the physical form. That way he can impregnate Aerith, the planet, you know what I mean, white materia. You know, this isn't even an ebony and ivory thing of like the white materia versus the black materia. The black materia is being used to wipe out all the competition, so that way he can go ahead and Sephiroth can get Aerith pregnant. But Aerith, she like, nah. And then Sephiroth's like, yeah, but they did, you know what I mean, they did that stuff to Cloud while he was unconscious, so, you know, like, it could happen. But either way, don't even have to think about it all that much. It's been in the branding for 30 years, bruh. Like, it's not that hard to think about. I made Tetsuya Nomura blush with what I said, and he was just like, you know what I mean, I had an old Japanese man looking like a little Japanese girl laughing with the fingers over the mouth like that emoji. It's in the branding. I didn't even have to think about it all that much, you know. And then when you see the final scene in the OG game, it's like really is really easy. Like, it looks like an eyeball, but also it looks like the white materia also looks like breakfast, is what I'm saying. So yeah, I was sitting there thinking about, like, dang, they dropped Knights of the Round. I was just talking about them. We got like 15 Sephiroths. They're gonna have 12 Knights of the Round. Like, Zack is back. Nobody knows what's going on. And I was like, yo. I was like, no wonder. You know, with all these all these aliens popping up. You know what I mean? Government got all the aliens popping up. Like, Aliens Fire Team dropped 4 players. Shout out the Alien Fire Team, because 3 players didn't make no sense. But if you recall, Capcom Knights of the Round only had 3 players in it. Some arcade cabinets back then, when they had 4 players, it was insane. But a lot of them, they had like 3 players. And that's what Knights of the Round was. It had King Arthur, Lancelot, we all know them, and then they had Percival. Everybody forgets about Percival. Poor Percival. But yeah, they had 3 players, just like Alien Fire Team. But we got so many aliens popping up in art and in life, and nobody knows what's going on anymore. And now we got 4-player alien fire team because all of the Sephiroths that are converging at once, they're all the same Sephiroth, or they all originate from the same Sephiroth, but they're all from different timelines. But all the timelines are converging, so all of them are, all these separate Sephiroths are trying to get the one right Cloud. You know what I mean? So that way they can take his physical form, because for whatever reason it's the only one that's going to work for Sephiroth to go ahead and get the planet Pregonado, you know? So they needed to add, it's so many aliens that they had to add a whole fourth player to Aliens Fire Team to take out all these aliens that's trying to get the planet pregnant or something like that. You know what I mean? I heard, since I'm on the subject matter of Final Fantasy VII, I wasn't going to talk about it, you know, but, you know, we're talking about aliens and them, and like, you know, Tetsuya Nomura, you know, can I make you blush twice? Can I make, am I capable of making Tetsuya Nomura blush twice? Can I do it? Like, people, you know, people have said, or I should reiterate, people have said what I said a long time ago. I tend to say things and then other people don't say them for a month or for months on end, and then all of a sudden they say exactly what I said, and then all of a sudden they don't give me no credit. You know what I mean? It's like this sole proprietorship and like my patents and everything, like you know, it's like everything just gets stolen from me and nobody ever gives me credit for things that I say. And I was always like, yo, you know, months ago, just, it was pretty recent, so you wouldn't have to even rewind, like finish watching this stream, but once you finish watching this stream, go back and watch the previous streams one by one, and then soon enough you're gonna run into the episode where I talked about Final Fantasy VII and talked about Zack, and I was like, yo, everything is pretty much answered for in this game, but Zack is the one wild card. He's the only thing that people don't know, like why they did that, you know what I mean? Because it's like, the story is already so complete. What could Zack possibly be doing? And, you know, people don't know. People don't know. Tetsuya Nomura, you know what I mean? Can I make you blush twice? Like, Sephiroth trying to get Aerith pregnant, and then in the process, the whole planet's gonna birth into a space invading demon. You know what I mean? Where he turns into Galactus and eats other planets. I don't know what the plan is after that. I don't know if Sephiroth has thought that far. You know, he said he wants to sail the cosmos like he's Luffy from One Piece, but like, what that mean though? You know what I'm saying? Like, to what end? And that's what everybody wants to know about Zack and Zack's character in Final Fantasy VII Requiem. They're like, what? They brought him back in Remake. We got to play as him in Rebirth, and now in Requiem, what are we gonna do? You're gonna recognize what's happening. So all this talk about, you know, the branding, the logo, I didn't have to think about it, and, you know, the relationships between Sephiroth and Aerith and Zack and Cloud and Tifa, you know what I mean? The fact that Red 13 is supposedly the last of his kind, but yet in the future he has a couple of pups somehow. So how he did that, like, there is a theme that goes on in this game, and people are like, I don't know what Zack is doing, and I'm like, fair enough, this is what Zack is doing. Tifa brought Zack back. Now, I know, Tifa hit the Jacko pose for a reason, because she got the scoop. What are we, blinking and winking on me? What are we doing? Yo, Tifa brought Zack back, is what I'm telling you. Let me. Yo, am I still alive? I never know these days. I never know these days. Hold on. Tifa brought Zack back. Hold on. Listen to me. Let me get this back up and running so I can continue. Yo, come on. Tifa brought Zack back. Why? Why? Look at Tetsuya Nomura. He, you know what I mean? With the fingers over the mouth and giggling like a little Japanese schoolgirl. Like, Yo, like Tifa brought Zack back. Why? It's obvious. We all know it. We all know it. It was right there in front of your face the whole time, and you ain't see it. You ain't see it. And I can't believe you didn't see it, because you know what I mean. I don't play video games, but I didn't get to beat Final Fantasy VII OG because I got stuck at that one part that I thought I was supposed to be at, but I wasn't supposed to be there. I was supposed to go to Big Guard, but I got stuck fighting the skeleton monster that was one-shotting me over and over. But I still got to see the part where, you know, Tifa and the memories and the Nibelheim and all that. You know, I still got to see all of that. And then, you know, the photograph, and they got Zack on it, and everybody like, who's Zack? And even though it happened after the fact, I was still like, yo, who's Zack? Because, you know, the internet growing up, we ain't have it like y'all have it today. So I still really didn't even really quite know who Zack was, and it was still a trip for me to see the picture, even though I knew he had already existed. Pretty sure by the time I was playing that game, Crisis Core had already came out. So I was already aware of Zack's whatever, but I didn't know what he looked like in the old graphics game and in the photograph. Like, I was like, oh dang, story. So comedy. So Tifa brought Zack back. Why? How? Look, I don't know how. I don't have all the answers. But Tifa brought him back because he's the only one who could co-op Cloud's story. This whole relationship dynamic between the characters, and then the relationship between Cloud and Tifa. Everything is all about like Cloud has the friendship and the backing and all that, and Sephiroth didn't, and whatever, right? Regardless of how much backing Cloud may have, like, he doesn't have anyone to back him up on the Nibelheim. Sephiroth is unalive. Zack is unalive. Tifa needs to bring somebody back to co-op his story. Nobody knows who that other soldier was that was with them, that went with them. They had two soldiers, and then they had the two, like, soldiers. But, like, you know what I mean? The two regular soldiers and then the two soldiers. Like, you know what I mean? There was Zack, Sephiroth, and then the two soldiers. Cloud was one of them. Like, she don't know that. She don't know that. Like, she's like, you're crazy. And then she even talked to Aerith, Omni-Aerith, about it, and Omni-Aerith is like, no, I swear. And she's like, I don't trust you. You're like a witch. You know what I mean? With your white materia, gonna save the planet. Okay. Sephiroth gonna impregnate the planet. Okay. Like you see what I'm saying? Like, look at everything from Tifa's perspective. She doesn't have anybody to help her cope with Cloud, because Cloud is like, no, I was there. I saved your life. You were just unconscious. And then, you know what I mean? Nobody can co-op that except the other soldier that nobody knows, Sephiroth, who you don't want to bring back because he done brought himself back, and he's getting real stabby with Aerith. Zack's the only one that's left. Zack's the only one that's left in the equation. You gotta bring Zack back so Zack can talk to Tifa. If you notice, in Remake, when they brought him back, he ain't talk to Tifa. When you got to play him in Rebirth, he ain't get to talk to Tifa. He talked to everybody else. He talked to Marlene. He talked to Aerith's mom. He talked to unconscious Aerith. He talked to unconscious Cloud. He talked to everybody. He talked to everybody. He did not talk to Tifa. Y'all missed it. Y'all missed it. Y'all don't have the vision. Y'all don't see it. It's obvious to me. It's in the logo. It's in the branding. It was in the whole story the whole time. I ain't even beat the OG game. Tifa brought Zack back because he's the only one who can co-op Cloud's story. And you know what I mean? Fair enough. Like, Zack is like the greatest guy in the Final Fantasy VII universe. Even if you include Final Fantasy IX with the crossover of Final Fantasy IX and Final Fantasy VII, how they maybe perhaps could be in the same universe because of the time traveling thing that happened in that one element. Like, even if you count all of Final Fantasy IX, Zack Fair is still the GOAT character, bar none. So if Zack Fair says it, it is so. Tifa brought back Zack Fair so he can co-op the story. Or better yet, Aerith brought back Zack Fair so he could talk with Tifa, and then, you know what I mean, Omni Tifa, and Omni Tifa could talk to Omni Cloud. You know what I mean? And be like, is this true? And then, fair enough, he was like, yeah, he was the bum soldier. He got sick on the ride over. I thought he was embarrassed because he got sick on the ride. I didn't know it was because he knew you. Because I didn't know, he didn't say, you know what I mean? Because he was so bummy. And then the soldier, I mean, you got Sephiroth and Zack Fair rolling up on the Nibelheim. Like, who cares who anybody else is on the planet at this point? You got, you know what I mean? You got Prince and Michael Jackson rolling up in your town. Like who are these two? Like, that was Cloud. So nobody, so Tifa's like, Cloud's talking crazy. Cloud's talking crazy. He's so crazy. Like that's Tifa. And then Zack Fair's gonna be like, nah, like he's good. He's good. I thought he was embarrassed because he got sick, but no, he was embarrassed because you so bad, you could pull off the Jacko pose like you do. Like, dang. You know what I'm saying? You lucky I'm Zack Fair. And I already got Aerith. You know what I mean? Like, Aerith in the Jacko pose. Like, that's what Zack's here for. That's it. Zack Fair is gonna finally have a conversation with Tifa, and he's just gonna be like, "Oh, that's your boy? Oh, good people, good people." He's gonna be like, "Yo, I wish I wasn't alive so we could all hang out." Like you know what I mean? Like they're gonna have a whole thing. People are gonna cry. You know what I mean? 7 Sephiroths are gonna try to like gangbang on them, and you know, 4-player Alien Fire Team had to happen in order to help it out with the Knights of the Round. Like, you know, like, you see what's happening. That's why they need all of these things. You know what I mean? Because it's crazy. It's crazy once you start talking about like outer space and like aliens and all that other stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Don't have a degree. Don't have a degree in outer space and aliens. You just might disappear. You just disappear. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Art imitating life, life imitating art. Who else showed up at the Met Gala? I mean, Knights of the Round show up. They had the cape with the armor. You know what I mean? But they didn't look as bad as Kim K and the other girl that looked like Kim K, that dressed up like her. Like they didn't look as bad. Like I ain't gonna show you all that. But what I will show you, yo, you ain't gonna believe who showed up at the Met Gala. You're not gonna believe who showed up at the Met Gala. Yeah. As a matter of fact, let's mute that so we can go ahead and listen to this.
Hello everyone, I'm Shigeru Miyamoto. Last month, we released the Super Mario Galaxy movie, which was enjoyed by many people around the
Yeah, I didn't get to watch that movie neither because not enough of y'all are buying my merch and subscribing and liking and doing all that stuff. Here I am giving y'all the most, giving y'all all the answers. Gave you She-Hulk, gave you the Zack Fair and Requiem. You know what I mean? I can't even watch the Super Mario. You know how I am.
That's right.
Hold on.
Star Fox series. Fox
You blinking and winking on me?
Now, Fox and his wingmen
Don't blink and wink on me.
Nintendo Switch 2 games.
So yeah, Star Fox showed up at the Met Gala,
And now, I'll pass it over to Koizumi-san. Koizumi-san.
looking crazy,
Hello, everyone.
looking crazy. They brought Star Fox
I will be your host for this
back,
presentation. Star Fox is based on the Nintendo
and we got ourselves another Sonic situation. You think after Sonic the movie, the first movie, and everything that happened in Sonic the first movie,
All right, let's take a look.
you would think that people would have learned, artists would have learned, everybody would have learned by now. Like, oh yeah, Like get it right. Get it right. You know what I mean? It's only Star Fox. He's only been around for 30 plus years. He's already had like half a dozen designs at the very least. A million artists have drawn him because he's so cool. Look how cool those spaceships are. You know what I mean? They heard Sephiroth. They heard 7 Sephiroths, and they said, "Hold on, we'll be right there." And then, you know, Fire Team got 4 players because they didn't, because Star Fox got 4 players on it. So they're like, "Yo." You know what I mean? They pulled up in the spaceship at the Met Gala. You know. Yo, the aliens ain't even wearing rubber ducky masks no more, trying to disguise as us. They just like, nah, we here. We look like bluebirds. We look like bluebirds and frogs. Some of us look like rabbits and foxes. But yeah, a lot of people had a lot of things to say about the Star Fox look. And this is another thing that I've already talked about in the past. You know what I mean? But I never like really deep dived into it. So now that we got ourselves a Sonic the Hedgehog movie situation going on with the character designs here, like Nintendo didn't learn. Nintendo, you didn't learn from Sega. Nintendo pulled a Sega. Nintendo pulled a Sega. I told you they'd be copying each other. Sonic was copying Mario. Now Star Fox is copying Sonic. They're like, nah, you came in with the bad design. We come in with the bad designs. We come in with the bad fashion. I mean, they're still more fashionable than the Vultramites did it, but you know, that's aliens and space wars. It's crazy. So I saw someone post a picture of Star Fox looking like the formaldehyde commercial. The fox in the taxidermy frog in the formaldehyde commercial. I thought it was the same design. I was like, nah, that's him. And I was like, oh wait, no, that's a taxidermy fox from he ain't look that bad. I thought that was him. I was like, you throw that snazzy suit on him, and then you got him. But no, I guess that was the fox from the formaldehyde commercial. You know, so many people hawking formaldehyde these days. Yeah, let me get these for y'all.
And a modified exploratory submersible called the Blue Marine can also be piloted, depending on the mission.
Yeah, look at them.
The campaign will take you to diverse planets as you seek out the enemy's stronghold to restore.
You know, there's a design thing going on, and I'm gonna talk about it. I just kind of want to let the trailer play out. Just want to let the trailer play out for y'all. Catch anybody up who isn't caught up on the Met Gala and everybody that was there. Star Fox showed up to the Met Gala this year, y'all. It was crazy. It was crazy. Showed up looking designed all wrong. You know what I mean? Showed up like, you know what I mean? Like people were like, "Who did your work?" But they, you know what I mean, not for the right reasons. You know what I mean? Star Fox got botched. This is what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? And so that's what it is with these doctors. It's all just a practice. You know what I mean? So they botched Star Fox. So at the Met Gala, when he showed up, you know, just like they were asking the half robot girl, boy, I don't know which one, the half robot one. They were like, "Who's wearing you?" Like just like they were asking that. They were asking Star Fox. They were like, "Who did your work?" You know what I mean? But not asking in a good way. So you know they can kind of learn who to avoid. They're like, "Don't go to that doctor. That doctor's just jabbing people." That doctor's just jabbing anybody.
Play stages
You know what I'm saying?
to find ways to
We're like, yo, who did your work? Mike Tyson? Like, like microphone Tyson just came in, just
cutscenes
got the whole Star Fox team looking like this. Like,
never before seen mission
yo,
allowing you to learn more about the characters and the Star Fox universe.
like,
You can choose between
like how they did that? They got you with the formaldehyde before the taxidermy? Like, they hit you with the formaldehyde before the taxidermy? Like I'm almost certain that's not healthy.
for novice pilots.
Like,
In challenge mode,
yo,
stages you've already cleared.
man, this trailer's longer than I remember.
That bring new challenges
This trailer's longer than I remember.
won't find in the campaign.
I thought it was like a 2-minute trailer. I feel like I'm watching a whole cartoon right now. Hold on. They're just gonna play the whole game for you. They're just gonna play the whole game for you.
Take on these challenges on either normal
I mean,
or expert difficulty.
graphics look good, but I could talk about.
Battle mode.
I'm gonna talk about like
Sport dogfights.
what's happening,
Players are split
like on the
and Team Star Wolf. Then compete to
on
earn the most points by clearing missions.
on the level so that everybody can understand. Because everybody just, you know what I mean. People just poo-poo everything these days. They're so negative. They just mean to people. You know what I mean. That's why it takes people like me to sit there and have to holler at Cardi B,
On Corneria.
tell her I want to slather her up in red sauce. You know what I mean?
Star Fox completed the objective.
Be a menace to society while drinking juice in the hood.
As many energy crystals as you can while dodging meteorites on Vegeta.
Do things with her.
Or
Do
retrieve
things with her.
space pirates and take it to your base.
Cardi, I told myself I was gonna behave. I told myself I was gonna behave.
Star Fox completed the
Cardi.
objective.
You can create private matches with your friends online. Or match up with random
But yeah.
players from around the world.
Yo, this trailer is so long.
Plenty of ways to join a
This
team.
trailer is so long. Why?
One person has
Why?
a game. Up to 4 players can take to the sky.
4 players. Look at that. Look at that. See, they said Alien Fire Team doing it. Now we gotta do it. Alright,
By holding
I'm just
the
gonna-
Joy-Con 2 controller like a mouse,
I'm just gonna hit y'all with it.
seamlessly swap to mouse-controlled targeting for intuitive
This
aiming
is,
and
this,
steering.
this is why I do it. This is why I do it. Now I've done it.
By sharing one of the Joy-Con 2 controllers with a
Now I've done it. Here, let me. Oh dang, did we? We did. Just as I was switching things up. Let me. We back? As soon as I tell Cardi to hit me up. As soon as I tell Cardi to hit me up, what's up, girl? Stream on say do. So yeah. Here's the thing with the way that Star Fox look. Like, Star Fox has a visual history. Let me leave y'all with that. I will be right back. Nice. So yeah, I went ahead and I found some pictures to show off Star Fox and everything like that. Kind of show off his visual history. You know, personally, I like what I like what Smash Bros did with Star Fox. You know, that design is pretty cool. And then I saw a thumbnail on YouTube, and I didn't even watch it, but I was just like, I think the channel had like a furry written on it, and I was just like, I'm not even gonna click on that video. But the thumbnail looked good, and that's the one picture that he looks kind of like a cartoon. I said, even that Star Fox looks good. So they got all this 30 years, half a dozen visual design history of Star Fox, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and everything. And then the one in the 2010s from the same company, Nintendo, who worked on Smash Bros, redesigned Star Fox for Smash Bros, looking great. Even the animation in Mario Galaxy, the 3D animation is the 3D one is the 3D design of Star Fox in Super Mario Galaxy is you know, it's a little, what's that movie, Zootopia? But Zootopia works because it's its own, or no, not Zootopia, Bad Guys. Is that what it's called? The Bad Guys? Where the animals rob other animals, and then there's a whole bunch of human characters, but none of the human characters matter. It's only the animal characters that are the main characters in the story. I think it's called Bad Guys. Like, Star Fox kind of looks like he has like the bad guys treatment in the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I would say it's still secondary to the Star Fox in Smash Bros. But the 2D animation of Star Fox in the Mario Galaxy movie, where he kind of like goes into his backstory, and he's like, this is who I am, and this is what I be, and da 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 da, and he, you know what I mean, he spit a whole rhyme. He spit like 16 bars at the princess, and she was like, ooh, you know what I'm saying? Like, he went to princess. He's like, I want to squirt lime on you and rent the McDonald's with a ball pit and install a slip and slide in there and run you up. Like Star Fox was hollering at princess, and she like did it. And in the 2D animation portion, I was like, oh, it's tight. Like, it looks good there too, but that, you know what I mean? 2D animation's always gonna look dope, especially if it's a AAA movie for a segment that's only gonna be on screen for like seconds to a minute, you know. So they did the most with that one. I would say that's probably still top-notch Star Fox, and I would have, had I been there, suggested to Nintendo, another company that won't hire me, I'd be applying. I'll be applying to Nintendo positions, and they'd be like, nah. They get the robots to respond to my emails, and they'd be like, nah. You know? But either way, I can't even get a human from Nintendo. But yeah, I would have suggested that this new Star Fox video game take that 2D animation style, the cell shaded. It could still be 3D cell shaded, you know? But there's still something else happening with the Star Fox design, and I've talked about it in the past, but it's been some years since I talked about it. I think when I talked about it, I was talking about Godzilla. So here's the thing. Like, Star Fox showed up at the Met Gala looking crazy. So this is, you know, whoever Star Fox's doctor is, you know what I mean? Like, check me out. Like, people like attractive things, people like cute things, you know what I mean? Like if it looks good, people are gonna run to it. Trust me, I know. You know what I mean? For better and for worse. I know. So, there's something that's going on with the Star Fox designs, and there's a reason why the Smash Bros design is still like top notch, even compared to the Super Mario Galaxy movie model and design. And it's the one thing that's gonna separate, you know what I mean, the wheat from the chaff from all these practicing doctors. So, looking at Star Fox's history, I'll make this big since the screen is small. And as a matter of fact, let me get this back up. Do that. So that way, even on the little screen, you can see. Cardi, if and when you show me, Cardi. What's up, Cardi? So this is what happened with Star Fox's design over the years. Now, you know, in the 90s, different time, 2000s, they were, you know what I mean, trying to switch it up. And then Smash Bros came, and you know what I mean, they went and smashed with it. They did their thing. Now, the new Star Fox looks like the old Star Fox, which is fair. That's like, oh, you know what I mean, we wanted to go with the old design. Probably wanted to step away from the other Nintendo video games designs. So they probably took, the doctor probably botched them with that in mind. So there's something that happens. But I'll just draw Star Fox's like original design. Yeah, back in the 90s, he had them baggy pants like some of them G.I. Joe toys he used to have. You know what I mean? Hmm. Okay. Nice. Yeah, so I talked about this in the past, but I think it's, since I've already talked about it, I'll show you this time. I just don't think I've ever drawn Star Fox before, so I'm kind of like having fun with this one. All right. Alright. Something like that. So they got a whole bunch of different designs. I was going to talk about a few things. Regarding the Star Fox stuff, because they're, you know what I mean? These aliens are taking all sorts of different shapes and sizes. Like, Star Fox looks this way, Falco looks that way, Pepe look the other way, Slippy, you know, they're all different shapes and sizes, kind of like the Saiyans, you know, in the Saiyan armor. And they all have like this uniform, but outside of the uniform, you know what I mean, they kind of just have their own things going on. And something that I wanted to talk about, you know, not necessarily all the shapes and sizes of the characters and their fashion choices, but more specifically, I was gonna draw, but maybe not, at least maybe not right now. I was gonna draw Falco, and the way that Falco's sleeves and everything will work. But right now, let's just focus on the designs as far as like why they look good or bad. You know, because personally, I would say probably Slippy is the only one that looks decent, and there's a reason for that, and I'm about to get into that. Slippy's probably the only one in all of these designs that looks decent, and the rest of them is kind of like, and not, it doesn't have anything to do with like fur or feathers versus Slippy just not having fur, feathers, whatever, you know. It doesn't have anything to do with that. There we go. Alright. So you got Star Fox looking like this. Let's say this is standard across the board, like this is like his kind of representation of him, at least that'll be mine. It'll serve as like kind of like this is what's standard, right? Then let me see. Then we could talk about, I'll draw a design for him that's mad different. That's like so off the charts, but me pushing it. You know what I mean? Me pushing what I'm about to say to the utmost degree, but in a way that you could understand. So this design is decent, right? Like all of Star Fox's designs are decent. Like they're like, yeah, it works, it's cool, I like it. You know what I mean? Stylistically, maybe this one's better, that one's better, whatever. So sorry, you know me, I can't stop drawing. What all the designs that kind of look good got right and what all of the designs that look less good. So that way I'm not sounding mean. Look at this. Look at this space alien fox. Coming in to steal your girl. There's a reason why this design works. And then, whatever. I've talked about it in the past, and I used Godzilla as a reference in the past when I spoke about it in the past. But that was so long ago, I don't know how. You'd have to start at episode 1 and watch all, 800 plus episodes. We almost at 900 at this point. But somewhere in the past I talked about Godzilla, and I was talking about this same exact point. Now I'm pushing this one to the limit, but gonna get my point across. You know what I mean? Shout out to a certain VTuber out there. Introduced me to a certain cartoon. I don't even know what it is. Not gonna say a name because I never met her, so I don't want to do it like that. Plus, because she's a VTuber, I don't even know if she's a she. You know what I'm saying? There we go. That works. Yeah, so I don't want to disrespect her like that. But I learned about this cartoon, digital comic series, I don't know what it is, of these incredibly adorable designed characters. Okay. So that's how they do it. They do it like the Joker eyes in the new Batman animated series. I see. Let's see, what do we got? Just to kind of bring this design in with the other one. So that way we got two Star Foxes and two completely different styles next to one another. And then I can finally visually get this point across. There we go. Oop. So see, two designs, both adorable. Both of them adorable. Both of them work. One can be Star Fox here, another one can be Star Fox there. There we go. Kind of just need to be simple like that. And see, I wouldn't be able to put the logo on the sleeve here, So I'd probably put the logo on the back of the jacket, like on some of these Star Fox designs. But I'm not gonna do a full turnaround of this. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to do all that to get the point across, right? You know what? Let's simplify this too. There we go. And now immediately, you got super duper cute. You got one that's like handsome looking, and then you got one that's cute looking, and they both work. And no one's thinking about formaldehyde, right? So shout out to the VTuber. She introduced me to this online web series called Chikawa. This Chikawa web series has some of the most adorable characters you'll ever see. Part of the reasoning for that is their design. What makes their design so adorable? Because they're like these cute little creatures, cute little animals. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's like a cat and a rabbit and a bear or something. I don't know what they are. A dog maybe, perhaps. I don't know. But either way, cute little creatures. Kind of like the Star Fox crew. You know what I mean? Just a bunch of animals running around, you know, causing ruckus. This is what's going on with the new Star Fox game and why the new designs aren't working. I've talked about this in the past about Godzilla and how Godzilla works as he does. Think about the latest movies, and then I drew a cute Godzilla. I think I erased it, you know what I mean, after I drew it because it was, you know, stick figure. But then I was like, here's a cute Godzilla, and it's like, what made the Godzilla cute? It was because he looked. It was Godzilla, but even drawing it side by side with the other Godzilla, it looked smaller. Just like this character, even though it's drawn at the same size as this character, you're looking at this one and being like, oh no, this is like a cute character. Even if you're not thinking of it like as a small character, you're thinking of it as a cute character nonetheless. Even if it was like this guy in a suit, you know, like a Disney, like a Disney theme park, you know what I mean? Like Star Fox threw himself in his own Star Fox theme park outfit. You know what I mean? Like Blanka does in Street Fighter. You know what I mean? That one outfit that he has. So yeah. It's the eyes. It's all in the eyes. All of these Star Fox designs, it's all in the eyes, mijo. All of these Star Fox designs, all of their success is dependent upon the size of their eyes. Now, even in the old 90s one, like, yeah, it looks like old in 90s, but even look at the eyes and the size of the eyes, it tells you the story of this character and his design. You look at the eyes in the cartoon, you look at the eyes in the movie, you look at the eyes in the game, this one, that one, 2D, 3D, new, old, look at the eyes. It's the eyes on the characters. Now if you look, maybe I gotta do it this way. Yeah, I gotta do it that way. Okay. Is it this one? I think it's this one, yeah. Alright. So if we're looking at the new characters, designs, just look at their eyes. Like, they're not bad designs. They don't look bad. The jackets look cool. The fashion looks cool. Like, but something just looks off. Like, if you're looking at the rabbit's head compared to the fox's head, like, even just the anatomy looks off, you know? Look at the eyes. That's where it's all at. Like, yeah, there's, you know, the nose is doing that, the mouth is doing that. I mean, but what are the eyebrows doing? The eyebrows are telling you so much. And the eyebrows is the brow to the eye, so when I'm talking about the eyes, you know, let's talk about the eyebrows as well. The eyebrows are also doing something, but, you know, it's all in the eyes. When you look at somebody, you're looking at some, you know, character, an animal, a person, real life, TV, whatever, you're often and always looking at their eyes, right? So, you know, look at Falco's eyes. The eyes are small. The eyes are small. So small eyes kind of give the feel that it's a little more serious. You know, that's why both of these designs work, but they look so different. And you know, you could pull off serious, cartoony, you could pull off whatever look you want, right? But that's what's separating these two designs. That's why I like this character. It looks a little devious here. You know what I mean? I drew it. I just drew it off rip. But look at a little devious here. But this character's eyes, you know, in relation to not just the head, but the whole body, is only taking up, you know, what, 5% of the surface area. The eyes are only taking up 5% of the surface area. So it's like the eyes aren't that big. So it's a little more serious. You could take it a little bit more seriously. You could tell a little bit more serious story. You can, you know what I mean, introduce a little bit of danger to it and all that other stuff. Where this character, yeah, you could do all those things like serious and danger and da 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 da. Like if that's the story that you want to tell. But visually looking at it, you know what I mean? You tell like a super serious like story with this character. Like it's gonna be like jarring to be and jarring in a way that's like very stylistic, where it's like, oh yeah, it's this, you know, it'll be a part of the brand itself. It's like, it's these really super duper cute things, but they do really, really scary things. You know what I mean? Like that's going to be the pitch. Where, you know, Chikawa, you know, cute characters more or less doing cute things, and the hijinks and the stories that they adventures, whatever you want to call them, like they're fun. They're fun. The tone matches the art style, you know, and that's what's happening. That's just what happens with character design. You're telling a bit of a story as is, when with just character design in itself, in world design and all that other stuff. Like the way that things look tells the audience something. You know what I mean? So that's why I said like Slippy is the only one that kind of looks like kind of cool and kind of like he fits. He look regular. Is he got them big old frog eyes, but also he's a frog, so that's why his eyes are so big. I bet if this was like just a little bit more cartoony, his eyes would be even bigger. You know what I mean? But that's what's happening. Across the board with all these characters, their eyes are smaller, so they're telling a little bit more of a serious, just with the visual design, telling a little bit more of a serious tone story with this Star Fox design, as opposed to like Mario Galaxy. I'm sure, even though I didn't watch the movie, can't afford it, like, y'all ain't buying enough merch. Cheapest Drew on all platforms. Follow, like, subscribe, do all that good stuff. You know, Cheapest Drew, commission me on Patreon, all that stuff. If you don't want to just give me money, but you want me to like earn it by doing something, you know, I want to draw for you. You know what I mean? And yeah, I don't even really know Star Fox's like character and tone or anything like that. You kind of just give them all the Fox elements, which are kind of like, you know what I mean, a bit of a, you know, a bit snarky, you know, as Fox characters often are. And then, you know, it goes from there depending on how much storytelling and dialogue and, you know, animation and voice acting and all that stuff that's involved in it. But really, he's like a cool character. So these designs with these small eyes is kind of like, and the muted tone, the dark shades and everything like that gives like, yeah, it's giving realism, but realism with these cartoony, you know, space alien creature, fuzzy creatures, like it's like, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I was gonna talk about Falco's design, or draw with Falco's design to show like kind of what's going on, because there was like this picture here and it was towards the end, and I like what they're doing as far as like telling with the cinematics, like with the storytelling involved. Like they have yeah, it's nice to see them working on the ship, doing things that isn't just flying the fighter jet or the fighter spaceship, whatever you want to call it. Like that they're living, they're talking, they're doing things. He's patching up the ship. He's cutting up some carrots over there, whatever the rabbit's doing. Like they're working on things. They're greasing it up. Who knows? But I was gonna talk about Falco's design a little bit more, just because a fox's anatomy lends itself a little bit more to humanoid than a bird's does. So I was gonna talk about Falco's design. There's, you know, Legend of Zelda has a lot of bird characters in it these days. I think they introduced a new race in some video game in Zelda. So since then, they've had to like clothe birds, and birds have wings, obviously, definitively, right? It's an identifying marker of theirs, whether they fly or not. Flightless birds have wings. So anatomically, like, the bird design is a little bit more interesting than a mammal's design, like a fox or a rabbit, whose anatomy kind of lends itself to something like monkeys, humans. You know, similar enough. Frogs, still, you know what I mean? They all have digits, where birds don't. You know, birds kind of have fingers, but really they have so many feathers coming off those fingers that those fingers can't operate like fingers. And you know what I mean? Their thumbs, anatomically speaking, don't really act like thumbs. They can still kind of grip things with them, but they don't use them like how a monkey or a raccoon could. Tanuki and all that, right? Hold on. So, you know, seeing Falco. Sorry, super important. Really important. Hold on. Yo, I wish I could be like, yo, Cardi B just say, yo. Sorry about that. Yo, am I still live? Sorry about that. That was emergency. Sweet. Never ends. It never ends, y'all. I'm back. I'm back. Guess who's back? Alright. There we go. Well, 4 hours in, I feel like I need some coffee. We're almost 5 hours in. I feel like I need some coffee. I'm about to color in these Star Foxes. You know what I mean? I was questioning whether I should or not, but now with all this distraction, all these emergencies coming my way while I live stream. You know what I mean? All these emergencies that gotta be extra anytime I live stream. Oh, I'm forgetting a critical element. I'm forgetting a critical element. Yo, VTuber would be so upset with me for ignoring a little bit of the reference, especially since this actually has something to do with the eyes. I'm talking about the eyes. There we go. That's Chikawa. That's Chikawa. Alright, so let's do this. Tight. I fox with it. Yeah, so I was gonna talk about, like, I start drawing pictures of Falco design, but maybe that's something I'll revisit another time. You know what I mean? Since I went with the Godzilla route the first time, now I'm doing Star Fox this time. Like maybe next time, whether it be Falco or just some other bird character. You know what I mean? I'll talk about birds and onomatopoeia. Is it onomatopoeia? I always get these words mixed up. Onomatopoeia and what's the other word I always get it mixed up with? I always get onomatopoeia and anthropomorphism mixed up. But I feel like one of them means what I'm trying to say right now. When I talk about like people trying to make animals into humans, when people try to make animals into humans. Yo, shout out to the VTuber if she sees this. I hope she's impressed with my first stab at a little bit of a Chikawa inspired Star Fox. Like, I hope she sees it and she's like, oh my god, it's so cute. I'm gonna follow, like, and subscribe. You know what I mean? I got the references right. I brought the references in just like she like it. Look at me taking care of you. Look at me taking care of you. I wasn't gonna do this originally, but that an emergency came in. My bad for the deafening radio silence, right? Was that the second distraction this stream? Well, am I crushing too hard? Am I crushing too hard with this new format? Is my new format just crushing it too hard for you? They got they got him in the orange jumpsuit originally to match his fur color, and then in the khaki suit, I guess. But they give him the green suit more often than not, right? Yeah. All right. Hmm. Yeah, so you might have noticed that I made the ears smaller from when I was like first drawing this Chikawa design. I had the ears a little bit bigger and then I made them smaller. Making the ears smaller makes the eyes also appear larger. this thing's almost running out of ink. But you see, even this cute Star Fox over here, like his eyebrows let you know. His eyebrows let you know. That he's like a little foxy. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, I fox with you. You know, it's like me and that VTuber. Like, yeah, I fox with you, girl. As far as I could trust you, I fox with you. As far as I can trust you. He got, yeah, alright, just go with it. I think the boots match the background color. Oh no. Look how adorable. Look how adorable that devious little devil is right there. Mm. Hmm. Oh, look at Star Fox pulling up at the Met Gala. Look at Star Fox pulling up in the Met Gala. Stunting. Stunting. Oh, dang. Now I really gotta check if I'm still alive. since I got an ink. Hey, serious? Hey, which one? Man, they look the same. I feel like I don't ever get to use this one, so I'm gonna use this one. Hmm. Devious little Chikawa fox. You see what the eyes do? You see what the eyes do? Nintendo? So Nintendo, if you want to fix that botched surgery, you let that practitioner, doctor, perform. Just focus on the eyes. Just focus on the eyes. Focus on the eyebrows. Focus on the eyes. You don't even gotta do all that much. You're pretty much already there. You see what I mean? Just focus on the eyes, Nintendo. That's it. That's all you got to do. See, I was gonna continue to draw. I was gonna tell you about the differences in the fashion. Here we go. The differences in the fashion. Let's see, they're already in the game. Tight. Between like all of the characters, you can see Falco always needs to have something else going on with his sleeves because of his feathers. You know, the way birds just work. They got, you know what I mean? If you're gonna onomatopoeias, or what's the other word? I don't know. I never know which word I'm looking for. But anytime you want to do that with birds, you know, but still make it continue to look like a bird, the hands are going to be big. So in order to fit big hands through sleeves, you gotta have big sleeves or no sleeves. So if you look at Falco's design, there we go. Let's get back to it. If we're looking at Falco's design, well, look at all the characters' designs. Look at their sleeves specifically, right? See, like you're looking at Falco's hands. Look at them big old hands. Big old hands Falco got. How's he gonna fit that through a skinny little sleeve? You know? How can his jacket have sleeves on it? And it's like, oh wait, it doesn't. It doesn't. His jacket's different. Like you could even just see in the shoulder padding is different. See what I mean? This is what I like. You know what I mean? They gave Falco so much attitude. So much attitude, especially with this more serious, darker shaded tone, smaller eyes and everything. Like Falco's attitude is so much more attitudey. He's so much more tooty. See, like look at their sleeves. Like Falco has a completely different sleeve than Fox. Can't see Slippy's sleeves. I don't know what they're doing, but. And the rabbit, but I'm sure like the rabbit probably matches Fox a little bit. Oh no, his is different too. His collar's a little bit more popped. But yeah, that's what I like about what they did with Falco. If you look at his picture right there. Can I zoom in on this? Yeah. Like if you look at his jacket, you can see it's torn. See what I'm saying? He ripped the sleeves off of the jacket, gives him a little bit more of a rough edge, so that way he could fit big old bird hands through him. You see what I'm saying? But you could see right there on his right shoulder. Can you see my mouse? No, you can't. But on his right shoulder, he has that plate of armor, and then that plate of armor, you can see the seam of the jacket is cut and split, so the seam is kind of running off. Either way, it's a little disheveled, you know, and it goes with his snarky demeanor, right? But yeah, so I think the character designs are great. Like it's cool, you know, formaldehyde commercial and everything. But then also at the same time, I'm like, you know, it's not as bad as the Sonic movie, but I would say just focus on the eyes just a little bit. You know what I mean? Everything else you can keep the same. Get Fox's eyebrows to be a little bit more, you know what I mean, less flatitude, a little bit more angular, you know what I mean, without making them look angry, and then just give him some big old eyes. Or bigger eyes, you know? Make the eyes a little bit bigger. And then he'll look less like a formaldehyde fox. See, I just wanted to check out the back of the jacket and see what they had going on there. Because I noticed they had like the logo really big on the simplified animation. So I was like, what's the jacket doing? See, it's not just Cardi. It's not just Cardi. It's the fashion. It's legit. It's legit all about, like, you know what I mean? Wanted to see the angles for the sake of the fashion. Cardi, don't, you know what I mean? Don't do that to me. So I'll be looking at these characters. And then I'm like, man, are they Winnie the Poohing it, or is he wearing pants? He's probably wearing pants. But you can see he got them bird feet and everything like that. The rabbit, I don't even know what's going on with his feet. Like, it doesn't even look like he's sitting on a. Looks like his chair is floating, like he's Frieza or something. Either way, man. Star Fox and them, they showed up. Star Fox and them showed up. They showed up to the Met Gala. Oh man, that's crazy. That's not even the only Fox. It's not even the only Fox that showed up. They had another Fox showed up. I was like, man, they got foxes in the Mediterranean as well. You know what I mean? Now they got like aliens showing up to the Met Gala. They flying in on spaceships onto the Met Gala. You know what I mean? Like they're getting carried by robots at the Met Gala. Like the Met Gala taking it to the next level, and I'm still over here just, you know what I'm saying, like trying to appreciate the fashion, but also focus on like how can we make it functional so that way, you know, these beautiful women don't have to sit there and need multiple handlers just to walk up some steps. You know, make the fashion functional. Kim Kardashian, I tweeted at you. You gotta hit me back. You gotta hit me back. My account is suspended, but you know what I mean. Follow, like, and subscribe. You can message me on somewhere. Jump in my DMs, Kim. Jump in my DMs. But yeah, talking about foxes. Yeah. Star Fox wasn't even the only fox that showed up. Yeah. You won't believe it. You won't believe it. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do this. Make sure I'm still live. I never know these days. Alright. We're good to go. Yo, we had a Kitsune show up. Kitsune showed up to the Met Gala. Kunimitsu from Tekken. I was just talking about Tekken before. I forget why. Marie Shimazaki. I wonder if this is a Marie Shimazaki design. But look at her. Look at Kunimitsu showing up. Fashionably late. She was like, I wasn't with the launch. I had to get dressed. I had to figure out how to put all this stuff on. Look at her. Looking great though. Man, why's my playback? My playback is looking crazy.
Well, it's time to work. Well, here's the left side.
Yeah, she got the robot talking for her.
You.
Yo. She got mad regular voice.
Council, we don't accept anyone with the strongest.
Now this outfit is dope. You know, Met Gala. See, that's a Marie Shimazaki character design right there. Marie Shimazaki did the Bayonetta stuff. Worked on that character with the purple jacket. Anyways. This outfit, pay attention. You know, we were talking about Mediterranean. We're talking about the Odyssey. We're talking about the Greco-Roman. Just eat a slice of pizza. You can and reenact any scene. You can do it. Anybody can do it. Just eat a slice of pizza. Make sure you eat a slice of pizza first. At least one slice. You know what I mean? You got to do it. And like the real pizza. Not like the cauliflower bread or none of that. None of that. Just like an actual slice of pizza. You got to, you know what I mean? You got to keep it in the family type style. So, since we're talking about like fabrics and armor with the whole Wonder Woman, uh,
Here we go.
the whole Wonder Woman vibe that Kim K started off the Met Gala with, looking all extra fine. What's up, Kim? You gotta holla at your boy, you know? You got a history with crazy artists and athletes. I'm a little bit of both. I'm a little bit of both. I'll sing too sometimes. I'll sing too sometimes. You got a history with them, Kim. You got a history with them. I'm just saying, I'm a little bit of all of it, right?
Let's scatter the flowers of light. Come on.
Oh man, I can't get over this regular robot voice they gave old girl over here. But look at her showing up to the Met Gala, wearing like 1,000 articles of clothing.
Final touches. Burn out. The birth of a nation.
Yeah, so that's Kunimitsu showing up. Let me see. Yeah, I got some. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, come on. Luke don't ever want to work for me. And then boom, look at that. We got some Japanese letters and some character art right there. Oh, come on. You're not letting me do that? Let me do that. There we go. So that's what I like about these video games. And this is what I was talking about before when I was talking about video games, character design, Marie Shimizaki's work. You know, taking the fashion, making it functional. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. See, the original design, I wasn't all that mad at. I wasn't all that mad at the original design. Like it's a little busy, it's a little crazy, but then at the same time, I was like, thank God they finally got somebody to match Fang's energy. Feng, I forget his name, but you know what I mean. I think he's probably fights out of China, and he got the armor with the robe, with the Chinese robe. He got the big old dragon gold statue just sitting on his shoulder, looking crazy. You know, looking so out of place with all the rest of the character designs in there. Everyone's all modern looking. He came in looking like the 13th century. I was like, yo, what's going on with man's over here? His design is a little extra compared to everybody else's. You know, everyone's design is a little extra, but at least it's a little bit modern, you know? Feng's design, I forget his name. His design was just like a blast from the past. So to see her come in looking crazy like a ninja slash phoenix, I was like, you know what I mean? I'll allow it, looking crazy with the extra gear and the extra accoutrement and all that. Like, I wasn't mad at her pulling up to the gala looking like that. You know what I'm saying? Like she could do it. She could do it. She can get away with it. Look at her, looking all good. But I'm also pay attention to the I mean, what is the sailor outfit, the schoolgirl outfit? You know what I mean? Oh dang, she got an alternate color as well. You know what I mean? She got, if we're talking about fabric and armor and making fabric and armor work, you know, Greco-Roman style, but updated, because you got to keep it pushing with fashion. You know what I mean? You can make an artistic statement all day long if you want to, but then at the same time, it's like, you know what I mean? I'll be looking at it, be like, but how does it function? Can it function well? You know what I mean? Looking at the ninja design, you can see all the parts, and some of it's a little extra, right? But the placement of all of the armor is what I'm talking about. You know, she got the high-tech gloves, she got the high-tech boots, she got the high-tech mask. I'm just saying, the way that it's all broken up into pieces, you took that armor to the body shop, Kim, and I'm not mad at you for doing it. They needed to do it because you were like, yo, the original model, I mean, check out the new model. You know, you pulled a plan D on them. You said, look at hers and look at mine's. Like, you know what I mean? Took that thing to the body shop and made it right, Kim. But this is what I mean when I'm talking about making things functional. Because you looking good, and you brought it with the cape around the waist. You see, I see what you did there, because it doesn't connect around the front like a skirt or a kilt or anything of that matter. It's like a cape. It's just resting on them beautiful hips you got. Kim, what's up? You know what I mean? Just like the capes be resting right on the shoulders of the superheroes most of the time. The capes be all the way up here. You were like, nah, it's gonna rest. You know what I mean? You pulled the Wonder Woman from the Absolute comics. That's why I wasn't even mad at the other girl that pulled off the armor at the same time. But again, it was just one giant chorus. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like they're fighting out of the 11th century. You know, like they're fighting out of the 700th century. Back when they used to wear cuirasses and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? You can't like move in it. Can't do nothing with it. Doesn't function at all. You need help getting up the stairs. Couldn't, you know what I mean? Couldn't raise a leg because the underwear on the armor stuck to the rest of the armor. Like you need to break it up, chop it up. You know what I mean? And I have to introduce some fabrics to it. That's why I'm not mad at your Skims product. I don't wear it, but you know what I mean? I'll be working out. G. Mr. Drew Makes Fitness. Safe for work. OF. Check it out. I can't make it more cheaper for y'all. I don't need the Skims. You know what I mean? I hear that there's mans out here getting tummy tucks and stuff. But looking at Kitsune Kunimitsu come out here with armor and fabric, pulling off the Mediterranean vibes, but doing it in the Japanese way. That's what I'm saying. This is how, you know, Met Gala, fashion industry, holler at your boy. Y'all don't give me the jobs. I already applied to Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton won't hire me. Like Do I want to draw? Do I want to draw? I kind of do. I kind of do. I kind of do. I don't know what I would draw though. You know? All I'm saying is Kitsune brought it. Kitsune brought it to the Met Gala. Shout out to Kurimitsu. You know? Maybe that might be another one for another time. Maybe when I work on the bird character, it'll be a bird character with armor and fabrics. You know, like Falco with the shoulder armor on him. You know, maybe I'll, you know, stylize something like that. Turn Falco into a space bird ninja. And just be like, yo, like this. Like this, Met Gala. You took the armor to the body shop already. You put work into that armor already. You can push it. Push it until it functions. You know, you go to these conventions, you got these cosplay girls, and I'm talking about, like, you know, shout out to all cosplayers, right? Like it's all good. But then you got the ones that like do it, you know. Shout out to them. Shout out to them fashioning these things. Yeah, it might be something I draw for another time, but yeah, that second outfit choice. That second outfit choice goes. Yeah, I was gonna draw something, but let me see. What are we doing? How long I've been going? I should probably make myself another cup of coffee. Grab me a little snacky poo. Let me see. Since this thing is going down on me, I'll probably take like a quick 15 or something. Make a coffee. Eat a little snack. Wish it was the calamari with the marinade. Like if it could have been, you know, should have been, right? But yeah, I'll get this back up and then I'll decide whether or not I want to draw or talk about who else was at the Met Gala. Yo, the Met Gala dropped while I was streaming last time, so I couldn't talk about it then. We just catching up right now. That's it. That's all we're doing. All right. Now I don't know why. Yo, if it ain't one thing, it's another. I will be right back. Alright. I wonder if I'll find anything in there. Oh wait, actually let me grab something. You know, I gotta wait. I gotta wait. For the camera to be on me. I gotta wait for the camera to be on me. You know what I mean? If I just blow my nose without the camera on me, it sounds like I'm doing something else. Man, I can't even blow my nose with just audio anymore. These days, blow your nose with no audio, people out here, they say the worst things about you. They be like, did you get it on camera? They be like, no. Alright, well then say that is this instead. So yeah, let's go ahead and see if I can find something. Now, I don't have any DC Comics Absolute universe. Like, I don't have any of the Absolute Saga. But I was thinking about Wonder Woman. I was like, I know I got some Wonder Woman something. I got like a couple of things maybe. But you know what I mean, it's Alex Ross art. Alex Ross Wonder Woman is just classic Wonder Woman, nothing wrong with the design. It just doesn't speak to me speaking to Kim. Kim, what's up? I'm talking to you, girl. Kim Kardashian, what's up? I'm talking to you. So, even though I don't have Absolute Comics, I do got this one. And I do remember in this one, Wonder Woman is wild. Wonder Woman is a little bit wild in this one. I can't remember her design. So, I just want to look at the design real quick. See if it gives me any sort of inspiration to continue this conversation about armor, cloth, Mediterranean, Kitsune vibes, you know? Yeah, it's dope. So I'm not gonna spoil the story or anything like that. But it's Batman down a crazy journey. Batman down a crazy journey. And then he finds a Wonder Woman in this like alternate futuristic timeline, something like that. That's Wonder Woman right there. Yeah. See, they still got her with the cape. And I know this is what we're trying to avoid, because you want that cape around your waist. I see you. I see them hips. I see them hips, Kim. Broke the internet, broke me. Broke the internet, broke me. Went from broke the internet to broke internet, right? Trying to see if we can get a full shot. Wonder Woman, even something like this would work, but this is her back in the past. That's her and her regular degular. See, I forget this story by now. I should probably reread this one. I just kind of remember the hits. I don't remember like the little details. Yeah. And see, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, we can do a little something with this. We could do something with this. This is what I'm talking about, okay? See, I was gonna look up something else as a reference. Let's see if I can find a better picture just in case. But if not, you know what I mean? Dang, still no. Alright, so she just got the punk rock hair. They gave her the storm haircut. They just gave her the storm haircut. Okay. But she still got the regular degular. Her cape is just extra. Alright. Alright. So nothing too crazy. Sorry, I was thinking about Wonder Woman, so I was thinking about you. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm just trying to holler at the fashion design industry, that's all. You know, fashion is great. Fashion's even greater when you can fashion it into something. Now there is one more thing I wanted to check. Just wanted to see if I would see something, because it's yeah, immediately, yeah. Alright. Yo, somebody just hit something out there. Did y'all hear that? I wasn't the only one that. I'll throw this. Yeah, it was just someone with a murder vehicle trying to crash through my door out there. That's all. Nothing no big deal. No big deal. No big deal. Just a big old murder machine out there ready to crash through my door. Y'all heard that, right? You know what? Let me look at that. That way I can draw you something nice, Kim. AVIF. What am I gonna do with that? There we go. I'm gonna pull up one of my favorite things that I cannot afford because y'all don't follow, like, and subscribe enough. I don't have enough followers, likers, subscribers, you know, merch purchasers, tippers, you know, all that good stuff. I don't have enough of y'all doing it, but you know, shout out to a very certain VTuber. I'll put up the reference that I'm using. Now, maybe I'll give you some backstory. When I started the stream talking about Kim Kardashian's beautiful self and talking about the behind the scenes stuff, and I was talking about how I rocked with the with her designer, that he made a comment about her hair. She changed her hair color for the show, but you know, she got that beautiful dark hair, right? And then she forewent the beautiful dark hair, but that beautiful dark hair went so well with the orange. I would have said, even if you change the color, just make it like a dark blue. Not like a solid dark blue, but like just a black hair. But when the light hit it, it makes it shine blue type style. You know what I mean? Just sneaky with it. Now, there was another thing about I'll pull up this image and then I'll pull up that image if I can find it. Oh yeah, it's right here. So the designer, he went and did a whole bunch of crazy stuff, but one of the things that he used to do, on top of just making these kind of mannequin-like type fashion choices, he also made like plastic hair. It's like a wig, but it's more like a helmet. You know what I mean? It's like a helmet, but it's shaped like hair, you know? And I was like, I mean, that is what that is. But I'm gonna pull up a reference because, you know, we're talking about the Mediterranean. Eat a slice of pizza, you could act in any Italian movie. You know what I mean? You are Italian. You know what I mean? You do like me. You have the calamari with the marinara. Then you are Italian at that point. Kim, when we're talking armor and cloth and fabric and pushing it and updating it and then pushing it even further, and then we're also talking function, not function over fashion, but just, you know, just enough function that you could, you know, walk without a handler, turn your head, will help backing out of the driveway. You know what I mean? So let's see if I can do something. So that way you can see my reference. If ever I needed another statue, you know what I'm saying? But let's do this one quick. See, and I can see your feet. I can see your feet in your. I remember what they look like. I might pull up a picture just because. Going crazy with it. Hmm. Right. Hmm. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. You see, this is what is so good about your skims line. From my understanding, it's like the perfect type of form fitting. So you could still have body-shaped armor, just create the hinges, create the breaks in the armor and the hinges wherever you have like motion points, right? But still have the armor when you're not moving, if you're standing just still, you know what I mean? The armor just settles and sets to the form of the